Check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Welcome back to round number 5 of the Champions of the Future America Series. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. And alongside me, Jackson Lambros, as he's been all year, bringing us all the Intel trackside. And so far, a good weekend and a good way to kick things off here as well. Already on the Sunday of racing action. The mini superheat done and dusted. Maddox Carlucci, more of the same out of what we saw yesterday throughout qualifying heat race number 2 and qualifying heat race number 3. Dean, impressive for Maddox Carlucci on his National Motorsports Energy Machine, but it's time to go racing here in KA Junior. Troy Ferguson, the team kart Nick Bennett gets ready to start on the inside of row number 1 alongside Diesel Bizanski. Daniel Ramirez on row number 2 with Aaron Spears. Sebastian Hauser, championship points leader, looking for a little bit better going here on the Sunday. He starts alongside Luis Martinez. Back to row number 4, Braden Wagner. This kid has been impressive thus far in 2026 here at Codiff. He starts alongside the first of the Ellsworths. Keegan getting ready to start on row number 4 with Sebastian Johnson, Nixon Ellsworth to Reef Sherry, Jet Whipple, another one of the Formula Works GFCs. And you go back to Declan Mixon, Alec Daninsky, Bronson Kusta, Simone Fay, Henry Escalette, Mattis Steven, Parker Stasiowski, and Wolf Mustaller. Our drivers in this one. Just about 21 drivers have been entered here this weekend. 20 have taken part here, and they're getting ready to go racing here for the first time on the Sunday. Dean, already Carlucci, the first winner, punched his ticket to the pole later on today. Troy Ferguson has been dominant thus far in KA Junior.
The gold standard on the inside of the front row. Should be interesting to see if anybody has adjusted in the morning to see if they've got anything to topple the Bennick Team Nick kart driver. I would suspect we could see some teammate play here. Sebastian Hauser was second, your championship leader, was second fastest in warm-up, maybe finding some speed there in that HRT OTK. Send him to turn 1.
Well, here we go. We look on our flagman, Ciega. Leon doesn't like it. He's going to send him around one more time. Troy Ferguson, Diesel Bizanski just a little bit too quick to the punch-off zone to get this one kicked off.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not quite what they want to see at the back. There are some rules with the restart zone and the tram lines. Remember, the leader does not control when the race starts. It is the flagman or woman on the outside or inside of the circuit. So we'll go ahead and get them re-racked, reshuffled for you, and we'll get rolling here in about 30 seconds time.
Well, for those of you guys watching on from home, it wouldn't be possible without all of our hard-working sponsors. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada, really an hour outside of Las Vegas here in Pahrump, Nevada, really. And again, that being said, we're getting ready to go racing here. Really quickly, though, down with Jackson Lambros, boots on the ground. Go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Just a quick update after the incident yesterday with Braden Wagner. Aaron Spears, talking to some of the guys at Nash Motorsports this morning, was kind of described as a perfect storm. A little bit of contact to the front bumper of Aaron Spears kind of made it almost a shovel, if you will, and just a little bit of a misread there. Almost got the rear axle of that GFC for Wagner up and off the ground. But a new front bumper, and crucially, after some conversations with the Formula Works tent, no hard feelings between both of the drivers, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Jackson. And as it should be, right? We're out here racing, and there is going to be contact at some points of the day. Getting through that, keeping your head down is important to put on a good result here on Sunday, especially for a driver of the caliber that Braden Wagner has shown to be in 2026.
Yeah, and rivalries get expensive. Good that they were able to squash the beef. You never want these young drivers having incidents with one another. But we'll see. We'll put that relative piece to the test as these drivers will get ready to go for their superheat 10 laps here, and we'll see what these who has managed their Presa tires to the best of their abilities.
Well, the second time they're going to ask for it from Leon Ciega, our flagman, as we go into the tram lines. It's Ferguson on the inside, Bizanski on the outside. Green flag flies. We're underway in KA Junior Superheat.
We'll see if anyone's brave enough to challenge around the outside. Not a great first turn for Troy Ferguson, although it looks like he will be able to bottle up everybody behind. Everybody makes it through the first couple of corners A-OK as we make our way to X-Plex for the first time in this race.
And that's kind of been the story so far in Junior. The starts have been clean. Out of turn number 1, going up the hill to turn number 3. Everybody kind of being nice with each other, knowing and realizing that bigger picture that we've talked about so much yesterday and even going into today. While you can get yourself within a good result here in the Superheat, you have to think about the main event later on today, and those are main event-esque moves. Going through there, Daniel Ramirez able to go through on the inside on Diesel Bizanski. And Sebastian Hauser, championship points leader, up to 3rd for the first time this weekend.
I think a very smart move, limiting the damage there as Hauser goes up the inside, up into P2. Your championship leader, like I said, he was second quickest in warm-up. They have found something in this HRT OTK, and I think a very smart move there from Diesel Bizanski, knowing that he'd given up the high ground, so to speak, chose to back out. Better live to fight another day, and now they'll have to all set off after the gold standard kart of Troy Ferguson.
Yeah, and here we go. Now Sebastian Hauser leads that second group, and you saw the point forward when they were with Bennett machine. You just have to work together to try and get yourself up there and put yourself within a shot at a superheat victory, looking to take back some of the points that you've lost so far this weekend to the 329.
I love what we just saw here on this first lap. Sebastian Hauser went from fourth, got the second, looked like he was going to take off after your leader in Troy Ferguson, and now in a fight for his life here for position number 4. This race is just long enough to where we can see some different strategies for tire pressure. Some drivers probably going out a bit lower, trying to make sure that they have what they need for the end, the back 9, so to speak, of the heat race, and others going out maybe a little higher, trying to get that track position, and this just trying to hold it as those on the lower pressures come to life towards the back end.
And again, these Pressa tires have been put. This will be the 5th heat cycle that they're getting put through. And again, that's a lot of wear and tear on those tires. But speaking with a couple of drivers yesterday, Jake Drew specifically, he's like, look, they have nothing to lose. This is the last time you're going to use this tire this weekend. You got to use everything that it's going to give you. Bizanski's going to do just that. Turn number 1, Diesel Bizanski's up to second, looking to put the charge forward. And again, after a long day yesterday for Diesel Bizanski, looking and trying things, spoke to that kid this morning. He's really the head engineer of his own package this weekend, and every weekend that he's at the racetrack, he's been playing with gear, looking for different things. And he's like, look, I got on the phone last night with Billy Musgrave, and we talked a little about what I could do better. And I told him, look, I think heat race, he said, qualifying heat race number 3, that was my fault. I think I went the wrong way on tire pressures and maybe a little bit too low on the gear, meaning he needs a little bit more to get out of these corners to really spring off of them and keep up with the 329. And overnight, made some changes to the front end, looking to get a little bit more out of the front end, if you will, to try and attack a little bit more throughout some of these corners and to get a better exit with that little bit of higher gearing that you're seeing today. But after speaking with a lot of drivers, that's another one of the big talking points. There's a wide range of rear sprockets that you can use at this place.
Yeah, and imagine it's the do you want to have the spring out of the corners, out of the super low speed corners that we have on this track, or do you want to be geared for this? The last thing that you don't want to be is at the head of a train and have be a little short on gear at the end of this front straightaway. I do believe we've got a bit of a headwind going into turn number 1, so for sure, definitely want to make sure you're not the one punching the hole in the air. And I will say for Diesel Bizanski, that is wonderful to hear. Drivers, especially young drivers, taking ownership of their go-karts, learning, to maintain it. What if I go up a little bit on tire pressure, if we put if we go a little wider in the front, a little narrow in the rear, what will that do? Understanding the full aspects of how to be the best driver that you can be. And I think at the moment it's obviously paying off. A very, very much improved looking factory go-kart there in position number 2.
And that's a big thing when you talk about driver development, right? Yesterday I spent a good bit of the day as well overnight talking to Matt Baker. He's over with Top Racing on the Porsche Cup series where they race as the feeder series or a support series to the Formula One Championship. As they've done a couple times already this year. They race in Miami, they're racing over at the Circuit of the Americas and a couple of times. And he says, look, when I look for a driver, I make sure that this is a driver that can understand a car, that can help us develop, and that can help us take this development forward to improve for future races. And as well, giving feedback. That's the biggest thing when you talk about young drivers, learning what to tell your mechanic, how to adjust. That's the big thing in developing drivers. And again, it's not just Diesel, right? It's everybody else. All these, boys and girls have to get back to the tent, talk to their teams. What do you need? What are you missing? What do you need more of? And given that right information is what really makes or breaks a race weekend or even a session, right? Tire pressure is going on the right thing. If you're sliding in the middle of the corner, if you don't have enough, if you're understeering, if you're oversteering, so on and so forth. These are all different things that help propel yourself forward. And finding that last little bit can make a difference of a 1st to a 5th place.
That's a big deal, especially here when track position is oh so critical. And it seems we've got Sebastian Hauser and also Aaron Spears have come to life in position number 4 and number 5. Once again, just these tire pressures, the change or the battle of philosophy. Do you go low at the beginning, maybe get jumped a little bit at the early stages and have to fight your way back, like we've seen a Sebastian Hauser have to do? And right now, the 307, your championship leader, is the fastest go-kart on the track. There's a huge move up the inside for Braden Wagner up the inside of Aaron Spears. This is the hard part. Now that the other group of people who've gone out maybe a little lower on pressures are coming to life, now you're all fighting to be at the head of the train, to be the first one in line to go after the P2 and P3.
Yeah, well, here we go. So a lot left in this one. We're just getting over the halfway point here. Looking for a move now. Daniel Ramirez on the inside of Diesel Bizanski. He's got it clear for 2nd. Wagner now looking to close in. He's in 5th. that move is going to help him, but it also helped the 307 of Sebastian Hauser. He's now on and connected to the rear bumper of Diesel Bizanski here. As we're getting ready to get over the halfway point, Aaron Spears is further back. Luis Martinez, Keegan Ellsworth, and Sebastian Johnson all in line, waiting for a little bit of a lifeline here, if you will, out of the drivers from second on back.
All it's going to take is one little mistake, just one little half-crack open door, and these drivers will take advantage of it. This is about an 8-car train, and you could be thinking, if you're Diesel Bizanski or Daniel Ramirez, that you're in a pretty good spot here. It's all you got to see is the back end of Troy Ferguson, but all of a sudden, one cart goes through, 2 cart goes through, maybe you get a little bit tangled up, and all of a sudden you find yourself in P9 in a very, very difficult spot, a less than advantageous spot, I should say. Towards the main event this afternoon. Got to really play this smart and see if anything else is left in the tank, or else, I'll tell you what, Braden Wagner is moving.
Yeah, on the downside to the speed at hand for the 321 is that he has 4 cars, or really 3 cars in front of him. Now this move should help maybe a little bit. If Sebastian Hauser could do it side by side in a turn number 1 with Bizanski. Hauser's clear. Bizanski drops a tire on the exit of the chicane. That's going to send him sideways and ruin that run of momentum that he was building. But Hauser had to go. He knew it. Wagner was fast. He went by as well. And now Bizanski has Ellsworth right behind him. Aaron Spears in tow, as well as Luis Martinez and Sebastian Johnson. But one move, that's the biggest difference maker. That can make or break a race here, right? You have the driver like Bizanski, who was sitting there third for the majority of it, and again, just got shuffled back with one move, side by side in a turn number 2. A little closer for the two of them. Something had to give.
Unfortunately for Sebastian Hauser, he had to make that move. He knew going up the inside it was either you or me, and unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, Sebastian Hauser chose himself. Now there's blood on the water for those drivers now sitting behind Diesel Bizanski, Diesel Bizanski, my apologies. But I think this combination right here of Hauser and I believe that is Braden Wagner, these two will likely be the quickest pairing on the racetrack. Wouldn't at all be surprised if we see maybe even personal best laps from the two of them. There's the big point ahead from your championship leader in Sebastian Hauser going, hey, work with me, not to be just yet.
Yeah, but very mature reaction there out of Sebastian Hauser, right? You see a driver on your inside, and you can do one of two things, right? You can try and defend, try and hold position, or you can accept that maybe this driver is faster. What do we look like with you in the lead? And again, you give him a couple of opportunities before this one gets done. Can we both get up to Daniel Ramirez here and look to regain spots? Or if you're making a mistake, if you're putting a tire wrong, it's on the 307 to go right back and make that move, because unfortunately that momentum would be hindered. At this point, at this point in the year, I should say, these two have worked quite well together, and the speed very similar in between the two of them. So no harm, no foul here with the swap for third. Unluckily for them, it looks like they won't have an answer for Troy Ferguson just yet. The main event is coming on later on today. After this, K8 100 Senior takes to the racetrack on the Pro and the Heritage drivers to round off the Superheat action. And Sebastian Hauser with Braden Wagner, they're going to have 2 laps to go to try and close down that gap to Daniel Ramirez here, Dean.
And unfortunately, those supporting Diesel Bizanski, I believe a big move at the top of the racetrack into turn 14 now sees Bizanski, I believe, fall all the way down to P9. It happens just that quickly, and a really, really quick lap there from Braden Wagner, a 15.5, 2 tenths quicker than your leader in Troy Ferguson, although I think, unfortunately, the damage is done. He'll have to wait till the main event to have a shot at the youngster in the Team Nick Bennick Gold Go-Kart. The gold standard, the Midas Touch, we call them a couple different things up here, but it has been a perfect weekend thus far for Mr. Troy Ferguson. But now the battle's going to be on for P2 for the silver medal in the Silver State.
Yeah, well, here we go. Wagner looking a little bit closer than he did a lap ago. He's definitely closed it down now on the rear bumper of the 345 of Ramirez. And again, that Formula Works GFC looking pretty controlled at this stage. It looks smooth throughout the corners. Wagner looks comfortable, driving with some finesse at the moment. And it's gonna really be a last lap battle here, Dean, to decide who's gonna finish in second. This time by out of the S's, white flag will fly for Troy Ferguson in the 329. And it's gonna be an all-out brawl for second here as Wagner continues to close down. White flag flies. and Wagner is going to have the draft as they work their way onto the front stretch.
Ramirez is going to have an interesting choice here. Does he want to play defense or does he want to settle for P3? Looks like he will choose violence, so to speak. Never peace, only violence, always. As we get a top 3 fight, or I should say a 3-way fight here for position number 2. Looks like not any moves going to be made yet. We can look for a move at turn 9 and turn 13. Those seem to be the 2 simplest places to make an overtake. We've seen many over-unders there before, but also some moves were made in warm-up in turn 15 through the S's. So just because you get out of turn 13 A-OK does not mean you are free to go.
Yeah, well, here we go. Turn number 9. Wagner looking, nothing yet. And now that's given Sebastian Hauser an opportunity to look to improve, maybe 2 spots, maybe 1. But it's definitely a podium finish here in the Superheat. That's on the cards for the 307. Ferguson long gone from the rest of the group. There you see him working his way by and around turn number 14. And the battle for second continues with Ramirez, Wagner, Hauser. They're going to battle it out, and that's going to be a drag race all to the line. But Troy Ferguson, he has been perfect so far in the racing action. He's going to punch his ticket to the pole later on today. And further back, Ramirez is going to be able to sneak away from the rest of the field. Wagner looking to defend from Hauser, who gets into the back of him. But no answer for Troy Ferguson in the Superheat. He's going to lead the field to green in K100 Junior later on today.
And once again, the long-run speed of Troy Ferguson seems to be what's keeping him out in front. It's all fun and games, as Calvo said yesterday, to run one big lap. It's can you put 10 perfect ones together? Troy Ferguson has done just that. Fully expecting that the Bennett Kart will be good. Does anybody have an answer for the young driver as we head into the main event this afternoon?
Well, here's a look at the results from Spring Mountain Karting Complex. Daniel Ramirez across the line in second to Wagner, Hauser, Aaron Spears up into the top 5. Then you go back to Keegan Ellsworth, 2 spots gained, which is, again, one of the bigger movers in this race. And that's crazy to say because he only gained 2 spots. And then you go further back to Declan Mixon. He gained 3 to get himself into the top 10. Jet Whipple finished 11th. Alec Daninsky, Henry Escalette gained 4, which is going to put him to a tie over biggest mover with Wolf Mustaller. That being said, there's also some cash prizes being given out to a couple of drivers for the fastest lap up to the Superheat. And as it stands, the fastest lap that time by was for Aaron Spears. And it's the fastest lap of the weekend. That being said, so it should be one of the earlier races. So that should go the way of Braden Wagner with an extra cash prize headed his way for being the fastest driver. That being said, we are in the home of shopakr.com, and no better chance than to scan the QR code and order your Micron 6 today at shopakr.com for all your karting parts, purchases, for all your needs, if you will, suits, helmets, shoes, and everything else under the atmosphere, if you will, the karting sphere, if you want to call it. That being said, though, yesterday, KA100 Senior getting ready to go green. And yesterday, what a way to close off the day. Ian Kim gets it done for the Axis Kart Sport team, and he's getting ready to go racing here. 12 laps coming your way next for KA100 Senior. And indeed, it is Ian Kim leading this field to the green flag. Archer Eversman, teammate, going to start alongside him. It's an Axis Kart Sport row number 1, and Keegan Kaminsky, after post-race penalties, that slotted him a little bit down the order. But good enough results throughout the qualifying heats gave him the opportunity to start this one in 3rd. He's getting ready to kick off this super heat on row number 2. You go back to Johnny Stamps. It's an all Formula Works GFC, Lakeside Karting and Formula Works GFC row number 2 with Cameron Perry in the 474 getting ready to start in his highest starting spot so far this weekend. Johnny Stamps, Rylan Cordon, Spencer Kempton, Mateo Calderon, the rookie who put it on the pole yesterday in the fast lap qualifying session. He's getting ready to go green with Jackson Menchu, Aiden Aquino, JD Drennan, Jack Babiak, Connor Carpenter, Matthew Cagle looking for a little bit of a better result, a little bit of a better going today on the Sunday. He's got some work to do with Xander Malatesta, Max Saga, Ian Wells, Joseph Hewitt, Talon Brown, Jaden Johnson, Max Bowie, John Michael Dunnigan, Dylan Archer, Anaya Kalani Anaya, Luis Lugo, and Dylan Lee Hallmark are the 29 drivers that we have getting ready to take the green flag here this weekend. And Ian Kim, for the first time, is going to take us to the green flag.
Question is, does anybody stop Keegan Kaminsky? I believe yesterday he exited the final corner on the final lap in the lead, only walked away with one heat race victory, the bit between his teeth. Here we go for the superheat for champions of the future.
And a good start up front. Archer Eversman deep on the brakes, able to get around the outside on Ian Kim, setting the tone early. Archer Eversman to the point of the field. Keegan Kaminsky slots in line back in third. Then you go a little bit further back as well with another one of the Axis Kart Sport team, another one of the Axis Kart Sport drivers in Rylan Cordon slots in a line there in fourth. Cameron Perry, a little bit sideways up and over the curb there on the exit of turn number 2. Ruined that, a little bit of that momentum, and now Cordon looking to make it a 1-2-3 for Axis. He's going to get it on Keegan Kaminsky up to turn number 9.
I spoke with Ian Kim yesterday, and it was all white and black versus black and red, I should say. Axis versus GFC. He said the Axis boys had been thinking about it. They were planning to work together and make sure that they at least had control of their destinies going towards the main event. But my goodness, I was waiting for somebody all yesterday to try that outside line. There is grip out there. Nice to see somebody was finally able to make it stick as Eversman tries to assert dominance over his Axis teammates.
And that's one of the trickier moves on the racetrack to make, right? You talk about the line into turn number 1. It's a bit narrow with the groove on the inside. Just with the amount of rubber that's been laid down here this weekend, Dean, you don't see many moves around the outside in turn number 1. But Archer Eversman played that perfectly, was able to get through perfectly through there. But again, a little bit of a look back to KA 100 Junior. Some of our competitors are standing by with Jackson Lambros.
Talking about Axis here, we've had a lot of guys being really strong, and finally in KA 100 Junior, it comes alive for Danny Ramirez. Talk to me about your weekend so far up to this point.
It's been really challenging. I came here on Friday, only 5 sessions of practice, and somehow I'm here in the top 3.
Let's talk about the track a little bit. We got the seniors' opinions on this as well, but a new track, obviously, for you guys, a new surface. You've been laying down brace of rubber all weekend long. How different has it felt session to session, even comparing today to yesterday?
It's definitely like every session is getting more grippy and grippy and grippy, and because of the press of rubber, and it will just keep getting grippier throughout the weekend.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
Caleb.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Jackson. That's good insight, right, with what these drivers are currently going through. It's probably, maybe more notable that there's so much grip being laid down because we're going to put a sticker set of Pressa tires later on today in the main event. But now there's a change up at the front. Ian Kim played rear gunner for Archer Eversman for a good bit, or for the first 2 laps, I should say, of this race. Now wanting to put himself in control of it. And this is pretty much a 180 to what we saw yesterday here, Dean, because it almost felt like there was big separation throughout the entirety of this field, right? You had about 2 tenths from first, and then back to second, then another 2 tenths back to third, and then some, and then more and more and more, all the way down pretty much just to the edge, really, of the top 8 here. And you saw split racing, open racing for, the entirety of the qualifying heats. And then you get into the super heat now, and this field has really gotten that a little bit closer. Johnny Stamps is right there. Mateo Calderon's worked his way through this field. Kempton, Matthew Cagle's already up to 10th. But I think the biggest thing that we saw in the super heats, a lot of those drivers that we're used to seeing up at the front didn't have the best of qualifying sessions. A lot of them were displaced, having to work their way through this field time and time again. And now with the likes of Kaminsky, with the likes of Stamps, who pretty much started up at the front for the majority of the day yesterday, their jobs become a lot easier on the Sunday on the superheat, right? You're already there looking to put yourself into the fight. You don't have to pass 5 guys or 5 different drivers to get yourself to this position right here, which has allowed them to maybe relax a little bit, take a deep breath, plan your race out maybe a little bit more than having to attack lap after lap after lap and corner after corner after corner, setting up move after move.
Yeah, you know, it always takes some time, but the cream eventually always does rise to the top, doesn't it? So the top three here for Axis need to be smart here because Keegan Kaminsky, as mentioned, kind of the thorn in Axis' side here this weekend in K100 Senior, really making a really nice move on that as your third place runner of Ryan Corden. So now if you're in the top two, do you play nice? These two have worked really, really well together. And when you've got Keegan Kaminsky breathing down your neck, I'm not sure they're going to have much of a choice but to fight amongst one another.
Yeah, and along with Johnny Stamps is on the way. Matthew Cagle's up to 8th, making a good progression up this field. Cagle up 6 spots in this one. The only one that's better at the moment is Dylan Archer, who's up 7. But this group, Kaminsky is on a roll here, putting together a good string of laps, and this is, again, really where you start to kind of figure out if the tire pressure that you chose to go out on the racetrack is that going to be the number? Is that going to work for you here this time out? And it's definitely working for Keegan Kaminsky. The pace is definitely in the 465, and he's finding it. He's extracting every last little bit of life that's in those Pressa tires. But so is Mateo Calderon, sitting back there right behind Johnny Stamps. He's looking to close back in as well. He's in 6th and closing into 5th. He's had to work for this one. It hasn't been easy for Mateo. He's up 2 spots. And that start, again, you're usually tiptoeing. Now lap 4, you can really stretch your legs and get into the groove of things.
The last couple laps, Mateo Calderon and Matthew Cagle have been the two of the fastest go-karts on the track. Now, you might look at that and you go, oh, you know, they're 2.7 and 1.7 seconds back respectively, but all it's going to take is a couple of bad corners where these drivers are going to start fighting for the race lead to bring them right into what we've seen, you know, and it's the classic moniker of non-shifter kart racing where you might get spread out, but when we see those that halfway, the two cross sticks, everybody squeezes right back up together, and even when you thought maybe you were out of it, you then have an opportunity to go for the big position. So I would imagine these Axis Motorsports teammates will try to play nice with each other as long as possible, but Keegan Kaminsky is there.
Yeah, Keegan kind of made his presence known yesterday, and Archer Eversman's going to do the same here today on the Sunday into turn number 1 on Ian Kim. He's going to get clear. With that being said, the fight starting to kick off here in between the top 3. Eversman now back in control. He let Kim have it for a little bit, and again, you got to know, right? You can definitely hear the noise behind him get that little bit louder as Kaminsky was closing in. And Johnny Stamps, Mateo Calderon, they've now found themselves, they're bumper to bumper, nose to tail, looking to push themselves up to these top 4 right here on your screen. But again, going back to yesterday, look, Keegan Kaminsky in a couple of corners, maybe some over optimistic moves, but spoke with him in brief this morning. He's like, look, I realized I made a couple of mistakes specifically at the end of the race yesterday, and that says a lot about a driver, right? Realizing when you make mistakes and knowing you could do better and you can improve. And this time by, he's like, after speaking with him this morning, he said, I've learned a whole lot. I know how I can be better, and I'm looking to pull some new tricks out of my sleeve here in this one.
Yeah, Kaminsky, obviously, you know, he's a young driver. He's still wickedly, wickedly talented, and I think we'll see if those words will be brought to fruition. Will he have the patience and the temperament to be able to just ride with, completely surrounded by these Axis kart drivers? We will find out in short order. The one lone Gary Carlton kart up amongst the black and red of Axis Karting.
Yeah, well, here we go this time by. We're just over the halfway point here. Kaminsky now catching Ian Kim by surprise. You talk about new tricks up the sleeve. Kaminsky up to 2nd. Now he's going to have Archer Eversman all to himself as the battle back for 3rd starts to kick off. Rylan Cordon looking to go by on Kim. And the two of them are fighting into turn number 9. Kim is back through. Here comes Johnny Stamps. And here comes another one of the Axis Kart Sport machines in Mateo Calderon as Stamps looking on the inside. He's going to get the move done there on Cordon.
Haven't seen too many moves at turn 5 just yet. Was wondering when somebody was going to pull the trigger, and a beautiful move there, a beautifully executed and critically a clean maneuver there from Keegan Kaminsky. Shouldn't have him in any kind of trouble with race control. Now eyes forward, go after Archer Eversman. These two have been going at it all weekend long. Not surprised to see these two fighting for it here at the end of the superheat, but we're still only halfway home.
Yeah, only halfway, and again, the temperature starting to rise here a little bit, Dean, halfway through this race as they work their way onto the front stretch to start lap number 8. And Keegan Kaminsky, it was about half a second whenever he was able to make the move for 2nd on Ian Kim, and now that's closed down. It's closed a lot more than that here. He's about half a car length away, and the battling still continuing. Rylan Cordon looking to go by. on Mateo Calderon. He's through. Cagle goes by as well. So promote Cagle up another spot.
I tell you what, these guys better be happy the superheat is as short as it is. Matthew Cagle is on a move right now. I believe this is to move himself up into position number 5. Should still have the inside for the long left-hander, although a wonderful over-under there from the driver. I believe that is the 425 of Rylan Corden. So very nice racing there. I think, unfortunately, might have caught Matthew Cagle napping, but still, for most of this race, that 416 has been the quickest kart on the racetrack. So maybe got to play it smart here. You know you've got a good piece under you. Whether you start, 5th or 6th in the main event, hopefully shouldn't be the difference. That's going to be something that he's going to have to wager.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. This time by to the front stretch. The top 2 are right there with each other. And for Keegan Kaminsky, right, one of the questions that I'm asking myself, do you want to lead going into the last lap? For 2 qualifying heats in a row, you have the guy in front of you draft up to your rear bumper, move to the inside, and pass you. What do you do differently this time by? And it's probably this in this stage of the race of maybe you try being second, going to the line, because even then, you talk about double points this weekend, when you talk about the championship, we talk about a whole lot of other things. This would be a good result for Keegan Kaminsky to pick up a second place. That's not bad. But look, at the end of the day, they don't come here to finish second, Dean. They come here to come away with victories. We'll keep an eye on it.
And the hard part about today is we've got a wind change. Yesterday there was a very, very strong headwind that could make those moves where you could see drivers really suck up on one another and able to slingshot by and take the victory. Today, much lower. It was 8 mile an hour yesterday for the wind and only 4 mile an hour for today. So I'm not quite sure sitting back and it being in that second spot is where you're going to want to be. But either way, Kaminsky is not going to be able to just have the one-on-one with Archer Eversman, as Ian Kim has come to life.
Yeah, Ian Kim finding a little bit of pace here as this one gets ready to draw to a close. Looking on the inside. He went to the bottom there for a second. Wanted to catch Kaminsky by surprise. He wasn't close enough. Didn't have a good enough run, and he's going to get himself back into the high side. And again, you said it right. He's really coming to life, and the timing charts show it as Kaminsky, the exact same move he did on Ian Kim earlier on in this race. He catches him by surprise, and Kim does the same to Archer Eversman. Ian Kim is up to second, but Kaminsky trying different places to pass, different tricks up the sleeve. That's a way to respond here on Sunday.
Well, there's your answer. He wants to lead. He wants to be in control out in front, and whether or not he's able to win that slingshot race to the start-finish line, he wants to be in control. But once again, Matthew Cagle is still the quickest person on the track more often than not. Now you can see him. He's in the main picture. It is, I believe, 3-Axis versus 3GFC.
Yeah, and Johnny Stamps has now put himself up to 4th. Matthew Cagle there in 5th. So if you want to look at it here, inside of this front pack with 2.6 in the air, it's 3 Formula Works GFCs and it's 4 Axis Kart Sport Red Speeds as they work their way onto the front stretch. Kaminsky's to the bottom. Ian Kim looking to rip the high side, and there's a lot of dust there at the bottom of the racetrack. Kaminsky cleaning off those tires this time around, looking to hold on into turn number 3, puts himself to the bottom. Kim gonna follow him low. Eversman looking to set up a crossover. Does he get it side by side with Ian Kim? Catches him by surprise. Eversman's through for second.
Oh, I'm still holding my breath. A move of the inside of turn 4 is the last place that I expected to see something. If you're Ian Kim, you just got to take that, maybe put it in your back pocket for later. You never know when that opportunity is going to come again. But Keegan Kaminsky is parking the bus. You are brave to hang it around the outside. We've got ourselves a 7-way fight for the win here.
Oh, and here we go. Eversman stuck a nose down low. He's not going to find a lane. Cagle as well looked to rip the high side on the exit of turn number 9. He couldn't find a way by, ended up losing the spot to Rylan Cordon. And this time, the run of turn 14, Eversman looking low. Gonna have to go back high. Kaminsky locking up the brakes in a corner where you don't see it too often. And now into the S's. Keegan Kaminsky is gonna have the white flag in the air, this time by as Johnny Stamps contact with Ian Kim. The two of them lose a handful of time, and up at the front, The white flag's gonna fly. Kegel side by side with Mateo Calderon, and on the high side, Eversman into turn number 1. Kaminsky holds on for now.
I just don't think that there's going to be enough opportunities here for Eversman. Kaminsky is very, very smart with these defensive moves, not allowing himself to be undercut. This is going to drag. I believe this is Johnny Stamps right back into it. We'll see if there's any comms from Race Control about that move between he and Ian Kim, but it looks like for the most part everybody has at least survived in one piece. Kaminsky damn near white lining it through turn number 5. He's opened up the door.
And there goes Archer Eversman looking on the inside. Kaminsky dropping a tire right in the berm pretty much here. He's going to keep it. And Johnny Stamps through it all. Catches both of them by surprise. Looking to steal away a superheat victory. Eversman, Kaminsky have to make way. Johnny Stamps with a car length of a gap. That's surely going to close as Eversman now looking to push with everything that he's got through the braking zones. The rest of the pack further back. Ian Kim's there in 4th. Eversman blocking low. Kaminsky around the outside. The two of them are going to bang tires into the S's and through it all. Johnny Stamps, what a way to work your way through this field, getting himself with 4 spots gained. He's going to steal the superheat on Sunday and look to punch his ticket to the pole later on today. Kaminsky, Eversman, the battle continues. The protagonists are still the 466 and the 465, and they gave it away to the 412 of Johnny Stamps, the championship points leader, victorious in superheat racing action, Dean.
I love go-karts. Go-karting's amazing. That is some of the best racing you will see on the planet. We had 3 guys going for it. This is only the superheat. We're not even to the main event just yet. Very clean, very respectful, phenomenal driving from Johnny Stamps, from Archer Eversman, from Keegan Kaminsky. I'm sure Keegan's got to be going, what do I got to do to win one of these things? Maybe he'll have the ace up his sleeve for the main event.
Well, the one that matters is coming on later on today. Why don't we take a look back with our Coastal Link custom printing recap. This is really where the battles started to open up. The gaps spread out just a little bit more. And again, that little bit of contact here. Johnny Stamps there with Ian Kim. They get side by side just through the S's. Turn number 16 that was. They come together, and right here, Eversman with a move down low. Kaminsky all the way to the high side, right in the berm. Johnny Stamps gets through and wastes no time to put himself to the lead into turn number 9. And from there, it was just looking forward for Johnny Stamps in that 412 machine as Kaminsky and Eversman continued to trade blows. And as the checkered flag flew, Kaminsky not happy, but him and Eversman are going to go at it again later on today in the main event. One superheat remains. K100 Heritage X30 Pro coming up next.
Well, your championship points leader here in KA100 Senior showing us how it is done here. You are on pole for the main event here Talk to me about that superheat.
Yeah, that superheat was pretty crazy, especially like starting from 5th and having to like work my way up, you know, and like I was kind of by myself for most of the race. Yeah, it was like kind of hard to catch up to the leaders, but once they started battling, it was easier to get up there, and then I was able to pass them while they were battling, and it worked out pretty well.
I know you've got a lot of really hungry GFC guys trying to bring the fight to Axis. We talked to Tony a little bit earlier on. Not a lot of teamwork once we get to the Twin Sticks. Are you expecting any collaboration here from Keegan or Matt?
Absolutely nothing. No, not at all.
You've done a handful of comeback drives to get to the front of the field. What's it going to take, though, to keep all these guys behind you for the main event?
Honestly, well, I'm probably going to start like 3rd or something. But I think if I just hang with like Archer and Keegan, because they're obviously the fast guys, if I just hang with them, we might be able to pull away from like the rest of the field so I can stay up there and be in there for the fight at the end.
Thanks, Johnny.
Yep, thank you.
X30, K100 Heritage coming up.
Well, we're getting ready to go racing here for our Pro X30 drivers and Heritage. As we get ready to go racing, Sergey Karamsely is going to lead this field to the green flag once again, with Caden O'Connor starting alongside him on row number 1, Tanner Cordon, and Marcus Roche Grajales starting back on row number 2. Ramon Thiven, we spoke to him last night on the Woodsford Racing OTK. He's getting ready to lead the Heritage field to the green flag with Andre Isaac and Tony Gomez, our 7 drivers in this field.
Yeah,
waiting the green flag. Go ahead, D.
Once again, it is who can stop Sergey Karamsely. We've seen the Axis Motorsports drivers, especially in K100 Senior and Junior, they found something overnight. We'll see if that translates to the go-kart of Caden O'Connor. And then for Tanner Cordon and Marcus Roche Grajales, do they have anything? Have they found anything to make this a 3 or maybe even 4-way fight? And then for the Heritage drivers, they're all going out. They're all about the same speed. Should be a great fight to watch the older drivers go at it here this afternoon.
Well, all eyes on Leon Ciega as we wait for the green flag. Heritage Pro X30 getting themselves to a crawling start into the tram lines. Leon's got the green, and we're underway in Pro and Heritage. Superheat racing action, and around the outside, Caden O'Connor clear before turn number 1. Caramelli did not get the punch off he would have wanted. Bogged down as soon as he hit the gas, and it went nowhere there, Dean.
You live by the fire, you die by the fire, and unfortunately Caramelli played with fire and lost, brought him down just a little bit too slow, bogged it, and a wonderfully timed start once again from Caden O'Connor. Sees the 619 go to the point. Now, these tires, as mentioned, this is their 4th or 5th heat cycle on them for these drivers. We'll see who's managed their rubber the best, but once again, we're gonna get treated to a title fight. There's a little bit of a bump and run there to the back of Caden O'Connor, but thankfully Sergei Caramelli backs out of it, and we're all good to go here through the first half lap.
Yeah, he was just all over the rear bumper there of the 619. Caramelli, Caden O'Connor, just a little bit too close for comfort, if you will, on the exit of turn number 9 and 10. But no harm, no foul. Both of them stayed in the same position. Tanner Cordon's right there in 3rd, and then back to Marcus Roche, who's kind of sitting patiently in 4th. He's going to have a good run as they work their way on the front stretch this time by. Now, Roche, does he look to the inside on Cordon? He's not. They're going to stay single file line here. And Caramelli just reels Caden O'Connor back in as they work their way out of turn 3.
Just not quite close enough to make that move just yet. I think it's kind of the same thing that we saw all throughout yesterday, where Caramelli either thinks or believes that he is the quicker of the 2 go-karts. Great little move up the inside of turn 5. Once again, really surprised to see those kinds of moves being made at the hairpin. That is for Marcus Roche Grajales, making his way up into position number 3 in that beautifully colored Tony Cooper. Once again, Sergei Caramelli needs to play this smart. It is not do or die. Worst case, at the very worst, seemingly, starting outside of the front row. It seems like Caden O'Connor has made that position work. We'll see if how much Sergei Caramelli wants to force this issue.
And already some discrepancies here in between the 2 drivers. Looks like Caramelli just charges really hard into the corners. Turn number 9 specifically. You see how much deeper he goes into the brakes. Maybe they're a little bit more of a slide as they work their way out of turn 15. And those little differences, those little nuances of how to get around this place is why we're seeing maybe this gap close on down and then open back up. It looked like throughout that throughout really that second sector, Caramelli was able to put himself that little bit quicker than Caden O'Connor, and then that time by in sector 3, he lost a little bit of time. This time by Roman Thiven looking on the inside of turn number 1. He's got it on Tony Gomez, who's going to slot back to 2nd.
Nice little move. As we mentioned yesterday, Roman Thiven finished 1st, 3rd, and 2nd, or I should say 2nd, 3rd, and 1st in his heat races. All 3 of these Heritage drivers very, very quick and very, very evenly matched. Wouldn't at all be surprised to see this fight go down to the wire. But for some of the faster go-karts and for some of the older gentlemen competing here this weekend, the physical strength, the physical toll of what this racetrack will do to you. He seemed very confident in our post-race interview that he was going to be able to make it to the end of today without issue, as long as he kept some fluids in him. Felt he was going to be okay, but out in front here, it looks like we've had a swap once again between Tanner Cordon and Marcus Roche Grajales, but all out in front, it is nothing but the 619 and the 604.
Yeah, that's really been the story of the weekend here in between the Heritage drivers. More of the same as to what we've seen and throughout the long run here, just right after those first 2 to 3 laps is where Cordon and Grajales lose that little bit of time in comparison to the 2 drivers up at the front, flexing their muscles, as now Caden O'Connor working his way out of turn number 3. Caramelli's on the rear bumper now, getting himself that little bit closer. Fastest lap of the race, going back to himself. And now we'll see what he can do as they work their way into the infield section here, Dean.
And I was going to say, for guys like Sergei Caramelli who have come in, we're here even on Tuesday, the likes of, just developing that notebook, making sure as just a little bit of a defensive shape there, thrown by Caden O'Connor, but a much bigger notebook seemingly for Sergei Karamaselli compared to Caden O'Connor. But O'Connor, over the course of the weekend, in warm-up, I believe, it was almost a half second between these two. And now, we've seen throughout most of the heat races that it is a pretty much anyone's fight. It's a 50-50 between these two drivers, although I would lean more to the side of Karamaselli. It's just going to be about timing that run into turn 1. I'm not sure if there will be any more moves made besides that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here as they work their way by the stripe this time by Caden O'Connor, looking over the shoulder, just checking in right on Sergei Karamaselli, seeing how he's doing. He's still there, just sitting patiently. And this is where you talk about kind of saving your equipment a little bit. This is probably going to be more relative later on today in the main event with the distance they're going to be going. 16 laps, that's a long way to nurse those Pressa tires, especially a sticker set of them.
Just not quite close enough just yet here for Karamaselli. I think a move at turn 9 would be brave and ambitious, considering, once again, that these two will likely share the front row no matter what. I think Sergei Karamaselli right there knows not really worth forcing the issue just yet. And also, this is essentially with how few karts there are in this category, how much do you want to gamble on trying to set yourself up for the main event? Maybe this is one of those where you go super, super low. We heard there were mechanics saying even as low as 7 or 8 pounds of PSI in these tires. So maybe going out super, super low and just seeing how the tire reacts to that super low start point. And maybe if you're doing your best laps on 7, 8, 9, 10, then you know where you need to be in the ballpark for the main event.
Yeah, so these two still bumper to bumper, nose to tail. And now Caden O'Connor is going to feel the pressure, putting himself to the bottom of the racetrack. A little bit of dust there on the racing line. That's got both of them a little bit out of shape as they work their way into turn number 1. And now O'Connor, again, just not feeling comfortable to keep Sergei Karamaselli behind him for the rest of this race. Next time around, they'll cross the halfway point. The halfway point in this race. And now Karamaselli into turn number 9.
Interesting to see. Yesterday we thought only about turn 9 and turn 13 were going to be the primary passing zones, but we've seen passes at turn 9, turn 13, turn 5, turn 4, turn 1, turn 15, all over this place. There are sneaky little places where you can sneak by if you can just get the right positioning on your opponent. It seems like O'Connor is going to commit to defending. He wants the pole position. He wants that control in the main event over Sergei Karamaselli. That's really been the name of the game for him. Maybe feels, especially after the earlier sessions, a little shortchanged compared to his American counterpart. But as long as you have the high ground, it would be very, very difficult to dislodge this number 619.
There you go, this time by a little bit of an adjustment there for Caden O'Connor near the radiator. Looking to get a little bit more airflow this time by. Now Karamaselli, both of them with different arcs through turn number 3. Further back, Thieben and Tony Gomez have opened up a little bit more, and Karamaselli a little bit too close for comfort there on the rear bumper of O'Connor. And you see the rear just started to give out a little bit as he pushed deeper and deeper into the corner there.
Man, just runs that Karamaselli are getting into turn 9 every lap. We're just building as we get a view back between our drivers in P3 and P4. We'll see if there's anything. There has not been a change in the race lead just yet, but it seems like Karamaselli is actually fairly struggling outside of turn 18 and turn 19. It seems as though his best opportunity is going to be sticking right with your leader in Caden O'Connor all the way through turns 7 and 8 and making the big dive either on the inside or on the outside going into turn number 9.
Yeah, their gap, a little bit of an accordion effect here. It opens up, it closes down, so on and so forth. Cordon and Grajales just looking for a little bit more. That being said, this time by, we complete lap number 7. O'Connor to the bottom of the racetrack again. Karamaselli looking to go all the way to the low side, up and over the dust. Karamaselli waited long enough. He's going to get himself to the point, and O'Connor looking to rip the high side.
No!
The two of them get together off the racetrack. Here comes Cordon. Here comes Grajales, Dean.
Oh, my goodness. The powder keg has been lit. I think Karamaselli knew he was going to park it. O'Connor correctly called it, and Karamaselli, unfortunately, kind of just drives him off the racetrack there. I'm not quite sure how race control is going to call that. O'Connor definitely tried to pinch him, but I think Karamaselli might have misjudged it once he saw that O'Connor was going to go around his outside. I think, unfortunately, for your current race leader, that might be a penalty post-race.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on it here. Nonetheless, a lot of work to do for the officials as the battle for the lead of this race heated up just that little bit too much. Karamaselli now in the points. O'Connor falling back to fourth with a massive off-track excursion. Now Cordon and Grajales, each of them promoted one spot, and I bet you they're probably hoping for a little bit more than what they saw that time by. Their eyes definitely, I can assure you, they were definitely wide-eyed going through turn number 3, excited to look to get themselves 2 spots better to where they were standing. But that being said, that's going to allow the pro drivers to breathe a little bit. Further back, Tony Gomez up and on the wheel, looking to close in on Ramon Thiven.
Yeah, you know, the phrase "you got to be in it to win it" comes to mind. That's why, I mean, earlier in the race we saw Roche and Corden fighting so hard for P3, and some of those of you at home might go, well, you know, there's only 4 of them. You know, they're essentially just fighting not to be on the outside of row 2. But if there's ever any contact between your 2 race leaders, that is exactly what you got to be in there for. You have to have the track position as we get a look at our heritage drivers. Between the continuing fight between Tony Gomez and Ramon Thiven, your winner from heat race number 3 yesterday. For this size of field, we're getting our money's worth of action.
Yeah, they've definitely delivered up to this point. But nonetheless, up front, big separation there. 3/10 in between Cordon and Karamaselli, and then even about 8/10 back to Grajales and then O'Connor. And then this group right here, Thiven, Tony Gomez, 3/10 separation in between the 2 of them as well here. And the gap's opening up even more so that time by. The pros just crossed the line. It's a second in between Karamaselli and Cordon, then even more so further back. And then another 6/10 back to O'Connor, who unfortunately looks like the off-track excursion didn't help his charge up the field.
Though I will say there is nothing more tantalizing from an entertainment standpoint of we get a race start of the main event between Karamaselli and O'Connor nose to tail into turn number 1. That might even be more entertaining than them sharing the front row as we get a look back on this battle for now. What is P2 between Tanner Corden and Marcus Roche Grajales. Both of these drivers still not really letting Karamaselli get out of the way, and O'Connor really has made very few inroads on this battle for who will start on the outside of the front row, obviously barring any post-race penalties given out to the drivers in the field. Should be a good fight here for P2, but I think Karamaselli for the time has got this one under control as Grajales with the big move there. O'Connor is going to go ahead and pick up that spot. This is the exact opportunity that he was looking for to get back onto the front row for the main event.
Yeah, turn 15, you don't see that too often there. Grajales tried it, unfortunately for him. Caden O'Connor was able to go back by. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. O'Connor deep on the brakes. And it looks like Grajales was just on that rear bumper of him. And again, got O'Connor a little bit out of shape. That being said, O'Connor able to keep going and looking to close in here for second. But Karamaselli, long gone. He has run away from these top 3, 2+ to your leader.
Unfortunately, this is the pace that we were kind of fearing that might stink up the show. I think if Karamaselli gets out in free air, he's maybe 2, maybe even 3/10 quicker per lap than even his closest counterpart in Caden O'Connor, as O'Connor looks to get himself back ahead of the 6:24 of Tanner Corden here as we're coming to the white flag. This time by. Now, if you're O'Connor, what can you learn from this situation? Maybe seeing if through the S's you can set something up through either setting yourself on the exit of 15 or exit of 14 into 15, maybe hanging it around the outside of 16, maybe even making that big move on the inside of 18. Although for now, looks like we'll keep that in his back pocket and try to do this one at turn number 1.
Yeah, we'll see this time by. White flag flies and the battle for second continues. Caden O'Connor now is going to put Cordon under pressure here to the bottom of the racetrack for Tanner. He's going to look to hold on. A little bit of dust there on the racing line. That's going to send him a little bit wide. Grajales there looking for an answer in third, looking to try the outside. Probably wasn't going to work. What about now in turn number 4? Grajales is going to get by on Caden O'Connor.
Surprising to see that. You would have think. I wonder if O'Connor's got some sort of an issue with how relatively easy.
I can tell you what it is here, Dean. It definitely looks like those Pressa tires are just shot.
Yeah.
After battling so much early on in this race, putting yourself to the low side, deep on the brakes, looking to keep Karamaselli. When you're driving that hard, so early in this race, it leaves you pretty much with nothing. And you talk about the heat cycles they put in. These tires, I assure you, if we get down there in scales with them, they're going to be almost down to the cords here in this Pro X30 class specifically because of how much wear and tear they've put on them. But luckily for that, you can throw all that out of the window later on today. A fresh set of Pressa tires going for everybody in the Pro and Heritage field, and see if they can find an answer for the 604, who has been dominant so far this weekend. Sergei Karamaselli punches his ticket to the pole. He wins the Super Heat.
Yeah, the powder keg has been lit, though. The gloves have come off as we're catching up with our K100 Heritage drivers, Sergei Karamaselli and Caden O'Connor. There will be no love lost between those two as we move on to the main event. Hopefully they have a good conversation with one another, at least try to get some common ground over that incident. I think, unfortunately, we'll see what race control will do, but for our Heritage drivers, it's been a clean and green run from Rovan Thivian. It was close between Tony Gomez and himself, but it seems as though the long run speed of this number 520 for the French-born driver, I should say, as he rounds the final corner, he will take victory here in the Super Heat and will set himself up in the best seat in the house for the main event, throwing up some deuces to us as well.
There you go, Roman Thivian gets it done here in this one. A quick look over at the results. Tony Gomez, Andre Isaac. With that being said, quick commercial break from our side. When we return, main event action coming up next on Kart Chaser.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Cold to the touch, all what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly. The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
How's he gonna make weight? Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
seeing if the direction is right that I put it on.
You are not. We're short kings. What you mean? Oh man. Us three are short kings. You meant 4. What age? What happened? Did it not keep its RPMs up? No, I think the plug.
Spark plug clip. The plug wasn't full.
Yes. What? Sebastian Oldenburg. Guys.
We're moments away from main event racing action. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the Champions of the Future America Series. Round number 5. We have traveled just about 5 hours away from home in Winchester, California, here to the beautiful facility here, the Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth, the one and only Dean Helt, Jackson Lambros, down trackside, our boots on the ground, bringing you guys all the coverage. And Dean, up to this point, we have seen stories develop. We have seen tracks, well, this track specifically, develop. We've seen the action start to pick up and the temperature start to rise.
Classes big or small, we have not been shortchanged on the action here live on Kart Chaser. In the mini categories, it's Can Anybody Stop Maddox Carlucci and K100 Jr. Troy Ferguson and the team and Nick gold standard Bennett go-kart has been lights out, although there have been some challengers. And K100 Senior, we've seen some of the best racing that we've seen in Champions of the Future all season long. Keegan Kaminsky, wicked fast, unable to come away with the victories that I'm sure he would have liked to have done in the heat races and in the super heat. And the ever-long battle between Axis Karting and GFC/Formula Works. And then even in X30, where we've only got the X30 Pro category, I should say, where we've got 4 drivers battling it out, all 4 of them putting their hearts on the line, and we finally have the head-to-head against Caden O'Connor and Sergey Karamaselli. We got a lot of good stuff coming up for you in 9 minutes and 44 seconds. We will catch you guys then.
My countdown to green is underway. Main events coming your way next.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
pre-race ceremonies are underway as our Mini and Mini U10 drivers get ready to hit the racetrack on what has been a great weekend of racing action thus far, Nate. Dean, sorry.
The other Dean, it's okay. Yeah, it's been a very clean, thankfully no major incidents. Everybody's really had a good time. Seems like the kiddos are really enjoying themselves out here at the Spring Mountain Motorsports Complex in Pahrump, Nevada. Just a stone's throw over the Spring Mountains from Las Vegas is where we find ourselves for the first of 4 main events here this afternoon. It has been all Maddox Carlucci for outside of his little incident in the first heat race. It has been all Mad Max out in the front. The question is, can anybody stop him? We've seen Kendall West being pretty much the second best, and also Dan Duculescu, I believe is how that last name is pronounced. They've both been pretty close. I believe this should be about a 3-way fight. The question is, can the two of them work together to dethrone Mad Max starting from position number 1?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here as the pre-race briefings get underway with our youngest drivers, our champions of the future in Mini and Mini U10. Last little bits of direction as to what the start procedures will look like. But again, everything kind of comes down to this. It's main event action time as we get ready to go green in a couple of moments. Mini and Mini U10.
Mini and Mini U10 ready to go. Let's meet your front runners here. Lucas Freitas Mello in the 165 will be on the outside of row number 4. Jesus Vasquez Jr. for Aaron Senevarotne. He's a little bit further back in the 212, has his work cut out for him. Inside it'll be Asher Bazonsky. Maybe a little bit of motor issues still for that 213. We'll see if he is able to drive through those. For Pickle Rick and Precision Work, Sebastian Machajastic in the 137. He's your pole sitter right now. For Mini U10 will be alongside that 217 Ital Corsa machine. Good to see the Ital Corsa guys coming out once again. Home race for them. It's still a little bit of a drive, about 90 minutes for them to get out here. Ben Tavi coming off his first podium in the 204, trying to make it back-to-back. And that Energy Corsa machine for Nash Motorsports will be alongside Lucas Postle, the lone Canadian in this field and one of the top guys for Factory Works and for GFC. But on the front row, Kendall West, trying to carry that momentum from K1 Circuit out here in the Silver State. She finds herself on the outside looking in for the first time against your pole sitter here on the inside of row number 1. Man, Maddox Carlucci, what a weekend it's been. A little bit of dramatics to get us started, as we mentioned in heat number 1, but ever since then, that kart practically untouched since Saturday morning. Looking to get his second victory after a win here in round number 4.
So there you guys have it. Your front runner is getting ready to go green. Your protagonist, if you will. Kendall West. She was impressive in qualifying heat race number 1. Getting ready to go green from that front row with Maddox Carlucci, who has been the driver that everybody has been chasing so far in this one. But again, Dean, first main event, moments away from going green on the return for us here to Las Vegas in Pahrump, Nevada. For round number 5 of the Champions of the Future America Series, it has been an action-packed first 4 rounds. In round number 5, you can only assume it's going to deliver the exact same. And again, don't forget, folks, you can order your Micron 6 today at shopakr.com using the QR code. And that being said, engines have officially fired down on grid.
Yeah, looking at the starting lineup, Maddox Carlucci, as mentioned, has been the class of the field, barring that little incident that he had at turn number 1 in the first heat race. With your third-place starter in Lachlan Postle, I'm sure all is good between the kiddos there. The real question is long-run speed. We've seen some of these kiddos be pretty close to the first 4 or 5 laps of these heat races, but the long-run pace seems to be unmatched for Maddox Carlucci, I should say. Benjamin Tobby, I should say, has also been quick at times. Maybe that National Sports Motorsports go-kart could find some pace to match his teammates. We got the kiddos rolling off here for the starting lineup.
Well, here's a look at your starting grid. We'll head back down. Jackson Lambros standing by with more information.
Yeah, guys, we talked about it a little bit earlier on, just how popular it's become in terms of tire strategy, even though these guys have the option to go on a second set. Many of them at K1 in the opening rounds have preferred to stay on the scuffs. We've seen a little bit of a migration back to getting onto a set of stickers here for the new rounds, and specifically both Nashes out in front, both Ben Tavi and Maddox Carlucci going on a set of stickers. Talking to the West family here, they're electing to stay on scuffs. We talk about this being a gambling state. Dino, Dad said, could potentially be a gamble, but it could be what they need to get Kendall out in front.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. There is one driver going around there looking to put some warmth into these Pressa tires. But that being said, you heard it there from Jackson. Different strategies taking place here. 2 sets of tires able to be allocated at any point in the weekend upon teams' disposal, depending on what they see in the data, what they see session after session, what they think of the track evolution session after session. And Kendall West still on the scuffs. Carlucci, Tavi on that sticker set of Pressa tires as this one gets ready to go green. Could that be the difference? We're 3 corners away from finding out. Carlucci's on the inside. Kendall West on row number 1 alongside him. Lachlan Postle, Benjamin Tavi, Austin Stringer, Sebastian Matty Jazik, Asher Bazanski, Lucas Freitas Mello, Dan Dukulescu, Lincoln Cloys, and more. Getting ready to take the green flag as the 137 looking to get back in line here.
Likely going to have to do one more lap here unless they can get it sorted out here super quick. Looks like it's going to be just enough. Hopefully we're all going to get ourselves sorted out as some drivers poking out in the back. We'll see. I don't think race control is going to allow this.
And no.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that might have been the, remember, for the first time since Saturday morning, these drivers on a brand new, some drivers, I should say, electing to start this race on a brand new set of Pressa tires. I think that was the 137 of Sebastian Matthias Kizik that has gone around outside of turn, on the exit, I should say, of turn 8. So we'll get them re-racked, reset for you, and we'll get rolling here in about a minute's time.
Yeah, head flagman Leon Ciega wasn't happy with the way they were getting ready to fire this one off, sending them around one more time. And a little bit of more time as well for these drivers to warm up these tires for an extra lap, especially if you're in the case of Kendall West firing off those scuffs and firing off the sticker set for the 2 Nash Motorsports boys that find themselves inside of the first 2 rows
find it really interesting that split in strategy of stickers versus scuffs. Obviously, I think that speaks mostly to the amount of grip that this racetrack is taking with this Pressa rubber. Lots of residual grip to the point where teams are actively staying on worn tires to make sure that those karts are unbound from the circuit. That could be a major factor come lap 11 or lap 10 if you've got what you need underneath you to go for the big win.
Well, this formation looking a lot better than what it did a lap prior. We do have them all. Bumper to bumper, nose to tail, single file lines. And this year, it has been a good string of results for the two drivers starting inside of those first two rows. But you got to go back to that opening round. Forrest Blair was the first winner in Championship of the Future history. And then you went to the main event once again. He was able to go back-to-back. And then when we went over to round number 3, in the main event, Axel Tibbs, Carlucci finished runner-up. Round number 4, that went the way of Matthew Picciulli. But here we go, this one getting ready to kick off. Vettel Baker's going to be out of this race early. He's headed into pit lane. Carlucci, though, is on the inside. Kendall West on the outside. Into the tram lines, green flag flies. Mini is underway.
Really even starts. I think Kendall West might have actually gotten the jump on her counterpart in the National Motorsports equipment. That's going to put Maddox all the way down to P3. Still not the end of the road. There's more contact in the back.
Yeah, contact further back in the field. 2 to 3 drivers collected into turn number 1. But up front, Kendall West. Benjamin Tavi gets the better of his teammate at the start. He's up to second. And you go back to Carlucci and then to Lachlan Passo, who slotted in a 4th.
If you are Maddox Carlucci, you got to think big picture here. I know this is not the start that you probably would have wished that it would have been in a lightning start for Kendall West, but now you got to work with your National Motorsports teammates. Obviously, the GFC of Lachlan Passo is very, very quick as well. Probably the second, maybe the third fastest go-kart out here this whole weekend for for the likes of Benjamin Tavi. This is the prove-it moment. You've had some good speed, maybe not the long-run speed that you would have liked, but this is where you got to show if they've made any adjustments to that National Motorsports Energy cart.
Yeah, so apologies to correct myself here. Maddox Carlucci was able to win at round number 4 just a couple of weeks ago, if you will, a month ago when we were over at K1 Circuit Winchester. And again, this weekend looking to go back-to-back in mini competition. But Kendall West, you talk about the split strategies, you talk about the scrubbed-in set of tires. That is currently worked out at the start of this race. She was able to punch off perfectly out of the tram lines. But now, probably going to fall under fire here. Benjamin Tavi is going to wait. He stays in line behind the 211. And Carlucci in 3rd. Lachlan Passo back there in 4th. And the battling further back, starting to heat up. 5th on back. Stringer is there. Bazanski, Freitas Mello, and more starting to shuffle for position here.
Yeah, the Ital Corsa kart coming to life here early on for August Stringer, making his way up into position number 5. But the battle is going to be for the front. The question is, will the National Motorsports teammates play nicely or work together at all? And for Maddox Carlucci, this is about as far back as we've seen the American driver thus far this weekend. Going to be interesting to see how that young man plays his cars. And for Kendall West, do you try to play defense? Do you try to keep them behind, or do you let them go and try to get them in the later stages of this race? And then for Lachlan Paulsell, this is the opportunity that you've been looking for really this whole weekend as he's moved his way up into P3 at the expense of, I believe that is Benjamin Tavi, who has fallen down to P4. Now it's a top 3 breakaway. Or no, it was Carlucci.
Yeah, Carlucci's down to 4th, Benjamin Tavi to 2nd, and Lachlan Passo up to 3rd. Here's a look back at the rest of the group. Stringer, Bazanski, they sit the other way around at the moment. Bazanski's currently the driver who is back in 6th. And then it's Stringer, the driver, into the top 5. This time by change for the lead for the first time in this race.
Deja vu.
And now we're 3 wide. Lachlan Passo looking to take advantage of the moves. He goes even lower than Benjamin Tavi. He gets himself to the point. Tavi to 2nd, and Kendall West stays in 3rd. Tavi thought he was going to probably pass for the lead there, and he was. And he stayed stagnant. He went nowhere pretty much. He stayed in second while still going through on Kendall West.
Not so lucky. We saw a very similar move that we just saw there at the end of heat number 1 that did not end very well at all. Very, very smart driving from our youngsters, making sure we're keeping it clean and green. But now if you're Lachlan Postle, you try to break away. You see Maddox Carlucci at the moment doesn't really seem to have the that explosive pace that we saw from him in the heat races and in the super heat. So if you're Lachlan Postle at all, try to stretch that gap, make that fight for P2, and try to make sure that life is as difficult as much as possible for Maddox Carlucci. But also, Asher Bazanski has joined this party.
Yeah, Bazanski now falling in the toe of these 4 drivers here, just ahead of him. But at the start of this race, we had a couple of drivers that couldn't get going. Some out of this race early. Jackson Lambert standing by with more.
Yeah, Caleb, as soon as I was trying to get an answer there from Vettel Baker, and as soon as his dad was telling me the engine just quit out of nowhere for him, it was Carson Bishop in the 116 that pulled in just after lap number 1 with a chain guard that was all kinds of off-kilter. So unfortunately, I think there might have been some contact in the opening lap. He was definitely on the receiving end of that. So 2 of our guys who were looking to be on the podium this weekend has their main event end just a little bit earlier than they hoped.
Well, yeah, unfortunate end really start, if you will, to the race for Vettel Baker and Carson Bishop. Both of those drivers are going to be out. Bishop is a driver who we had seen a lot throughout this year with great results. But that being said, this is one of the ones to watch. We talked about split strategies throughout this front pack, and Lachlan Postle also was one of the drivers that opted to go on the sticker set of Presta tires for this main event. Kendall West, the first of the scrub tires, if you will. She's currently 4th, but she's not losing much time to the Nash Motorsports machines right ahead of her. She's still right in line with Carlucci and Benjamin Tabby, who look to work their way up to Lachlan in the 214.
Not fading away just yet. Everything in the top 5 seems to be playing nice between the kiddos. I would wonder if you're Asher Bazanski, one of the older drivers in this category, in the mini category. How much do you play this? How much can you lean on your relative experience compared to some of your counterparts? As I believe we probably will be seeing an overtake here going into turn number 1. Bazanski's going to pull out. That kart has been very quick at times this weekend, just lacking a little bit of the consistency up the inside. Good little move. Kendall West will do the beautiful over-under. Not so quick, sir. The lady holds on to P4 for now.
Yeah, good crossover move there by Kendall West. Bazanski definitely with a good run out of the exit of turn 19. And onto the front stretch, was able to just get his nose down low and go for the move there. And Kendall West, as she should, the 211, responding perfectly there with an answer. And at the moment, Tommy and Carlucci, they're looking for their answer to Lachlan Postle, because at this stage of the race, he's just been that little bit better lap after lap here, Dean. Last time around, it was a 122.2. He was 0.2 better than Benjamin Tabby and his colleague, if you will, Maddox Carlucci, who's just missing couple of hundredths compared to the lap time that Postle was able to put in. So both of them are really going to need to find about a 10th or 2 to try and close down the gap to the Formula Works GFC out in front. And Bazanski, again, going to work on the 211 here. And you got to think probably going to want to try it again as they near the front straightaway.
Chomping at the bit. I think Bazanski knows he's got a good piece under him, but for how long are these tires going to stay in that window? Maybe a bit more aggressive on the tire pressures for Asher Bazanski, as I'm sure, as you mentioned, he will try to make that move into turn number 1. Kendall West really not throwing too many defensive shapes, really focusing on her own race. Bazanski goes in a little bit more coy this time. Kendall West still able to roll that speed around the top, and you got to think Kendall West tapping the back of the helmet going, hey, let's not let these boys get away from us out in front. But Bazanski going, hey, I got a good piece under me. I got to go. The question will be with Lachlan Postle, has had good speed at times this weekend, but if those Nash Motorsports carts are able to work together, will he be able to hold off this 2v1 that is seemingly imminent?
Yeah, and especially with how fast Carlucci has been up to this point in the weekend. He has been lights out in qualifying heat 1 and qualifying heat 2 and 3, as now Bazanski looking into turn number 9, side by side. Kendall West drops 2 tires off the racetrack, and the position 1 GFC of Kendall West is going to fall under fire here to Stringer, who's now closing down the gap.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Kendall West, maybe got caught sleeping there a little bit. Bazanski's been chomping at the bit here for the last 2 laps. I don't think he did a single thing wrong there. Took the inside, as we'll get a shopakr.com replay. Up the inside, was very clearly alongside. Unfortunately, just a little bit of connectivity between the left rear side of Bizanski's bumper and the right front fairing of Kendall West. And unfortunately for the young lady that has had such a good weekend thus far, getting put off into the dirt there, and is going to have quite a bit of work to dig herself out of it.
Yeah, now she's got Stringer right behind her. Further back, you have Freitas Mello, Duculescu, Cloys, all single file as they work their way now to the bottom. Freitas Mello is driving the Nash. Looking to keep Duculescu behind. Same for Cloys. And then Stringer, as quickly as he was closing into Kendall West, unfortunately hasn't been able to make the move that looked to be on a couple laps ago. And you got to think, was the gamble maybe a little bit too much here to do? Because when you look at the drivers that are inside of the top three, all on a sticker set of Pressa tires, you know, when you look at it, I really think that could be the difference maker here for the top three.
Absolutely. This track is not K1. You can't, I don't think the same formula applies to a circuit. At K1, relatively few really tight corners. Here it's very, very technical, very slow, fast. And I think unfortunately that tire deficit, you got to remember, if these tires are scrubbed in, if these are her original tires, these tires, as mentioned, have about 5 heat cycles on them. And I think unfortunately
it would be 6 now.
6 now, yeah. Kendall West is unfortunately paying the price for gambling. I'm not quite sure which side would have been the gamble, but for gambling on the used set of tires. And Bizanski has caught the backup of Tavi and Carlucci here. Might have a three-way battle here for P2 before too long, but Lachlan Postle is almost a half-second quicker than anybody else on track, besides Asher Bizanski.
Yeah, Bizanski currently fastest lap of the race, continuing to charge his way forward. His best lap of 121.840, and at the moment he is lapping quicker than the top three, so whatever Asher Bizanski has found so far in this race, it is working. He has now gotten himself to the rear bumper of Maddox Carlucci. And Bizanski, turn number 9, one of the favorite passing zones for him. 2 for 1, maybe. No, it's going to be Carlucci, though, who's going to fall 1 spot back to 4th. And now Bizanski, with pace at hand, inside of that 213 machine, looking to close in on Benjamin Tavi. And he is also about 2/10 better than our leader in Lachlan Postle here, Dean.
Tick-tock, running out of time to get this move done. I believe we are coming to 3 to go this time by. Gap currently sitting at 1.7 last time by. I can only assume that overtake might have cost Bizanski a little bit of time. Likely going to be at least a 1.5 seconds to make up in 3 laps. It's a tall order, but it seems as though the younger of the Bizanski siblings is on fire at the moment.
And here we go, they're fighting further back. Stringer, Freitas Mello, as now Bizanski with a run onto the front stretch. Maddox Carlucci looking to respond. And further back, more movers, more shakers as we look for the battle for third, the edge of the podium here. Bizanski and Carlucci continuing to fight in that draft, bringing Carlucci right back into it. He knows at this point, right, the leader is long gone. Lachlan Postle, it's a mountain to climb for these 3 drivers on your screen to try and close down the gap to the 214. And you got to fight for what's available here, Dean, the edge of the podium.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that the win is longer on the cards. I think realistically, as Bizanski goes back up the inside of Carlucci, as these two.
So nothing has changed outside of Bizanski going right back on Maddox Carlucci through turn number 9. And this time by, we're getting close to the end. Blue flags flying for Jackson Freckleton as the leader in Lachlan Postle starting to close in. 2 laps to go this time by. This race getting ready to draw to a close, but some traffic imminent for Lachlan. He's going to have to navigate his way through, and he does so. Now, battle for the edge of the podium is what we have our eyes on. Bizanski currently sitting on it, and he could get comfortably on it if he's able to get by on Benjamin Tabby this time around.
And Lachlan Postle over a half of a second quicker than this trailing trio here for the battle for P2. We've seen Bizanski be really strong here through turn 7 into turn 8. Turn 9, he's not quite going to be close enough this time by maybe saving it in the back pocket, but there is traffic of Jackson Von Freckleton up here in the 177, one of the under 17 go-karts, trying to make it to the end of this race. I think Bizanski has the speed over his Nash Motorsports counterparts. There's maybe a bit of interference there from the lap car of Freckleton. Should be able to get out of the way here as your leaders fight away, come into the white flag.
Yeah, they worked their way by there on Jackson. That being said, second on back. This has brought them very close to each other. Bizanski right there in third. Carlucci, they're going to fight it out to decide who's going to join Lachlan Postle on the podium as this one gets the white flag this time by. 1 lap away for Lachlan Postle to get his first in the series. Bizanski pointing forward to Benjamin Tabby. Carlucci looking to the bottom of the racetrack, catching Bizanski by surprise, who sets up the over-under.
Oh, no!
Side by side, Carlucci turned the wrong way around into the dirt. He's out of it here, and here's a look back. Bizanski sets up the crossover side by side up and over the curve, unsettles the Nash Motorsports machine, and sends them facing the wrong way around here, Dean.
Not sure if Bizanski might have pinched a little bit, or if Carlucci was trying to give space and got too much curve, but for maybe the fastest go-kart here, winner of the last 2 heat races, winner of the super heat by a mile, it is not going to be the day that Maddox Carlucci was looking for, but for Lachlan Postle, half a lap away from home.
How can you not talk about this kid? Lachlan Postle, all weekend long, he's been chomping at the bit to be in this position right here. This is the stuff of dreams, right? When you go to a racetrack at the start of the weekend and you can think about winning, but when you're moments away, when you're corners away, it becomes that much more real. Today, on Sunday, at round number 5 of the Champions of the Future America Series, Lachlan Postle is on the front stretch, and the GFC machine is a winner on Sunday at Spring Mountain Karting Complex.
A beautifully measured drive there. For your winner in Lachlan Postle, it'll be Benjamin Tavi picking up the P2 spot as Asher Bizanski picks up the pieces and comes home in P3. You got to feel for Maddox Carlucci, hopefully for that youngster, a learning moment and something that he will be able to use to better himself going forward. But for GFC, you know, everyone knows that the GFCs bring a great product. For shifter karts, the KA program is getting better and better and better. But in a cadet kart, it is black and white. We're colorblind here on the tops of the podium, and I'm sure we'll be sending it down to Jackson for some post-race interviews here very shortly.
How about Lachlan Postle gets the first win of the day, setting the tone of what we're expecting to see here this weekend. Benjamin Tabby, Bizanski are going to join him on the podium. And then further back in Mini U10, Lucas Freitas Mello is your winner with Dan Dukalescu as well, finishing 6th and 7th respectively on the racetrack. Sebastian Matthias Jazik is going to join them on the podium later on today. But Lachlan Postle, what a drive this weekend. He's your winner in Mini.
Fireworks being set off here as the celebrations are underway, and Lachlan Postle picking up his first champs win of the season. It was boring, but in a phenomenal way. Talk to me about that drive, dude.
At the start, I have a great start, and I fell back into 4th. And then I just thought, okay, this is fine, let's just keep going. And then I slowly made up the field, and then they started battling behind me, and then I just grew a massive gap, and I was like, I'm going to win.
Who do you want to thank for making this possible?
My mom, dad, Gary, GFC, my sister, and everyone.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Keep it going over here, Ben Tavi. Full conversation there with Asher. That was a really good battle there, and you ended up on top. Talk to me about that battle in that race overall.
Yeah, super fun. I mean, congratulations to him for the podium, and I'm enjoying to go for round 6.
Again, just getting your first podium here for Champs a couple weeks ago back in K1. Do you feel like you've been able to notice how much you improved, how much you've developed overall this season as a driver?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great journey so far with National Motorsports this year, and I feel like it's just getting better and better. I'm working on my driving and getting as much practice in as I can.
Congrats, Ben.
Thank you.
Last, certainly not least, Asher Bazonsky ends the day P3. You're a couple positions short of where you really wanted to be, but considering we might have been battling a sick motor a couple hours ago, I think we'll take it.
Yeah. We did struggle a little bit over the weekend, especially during the superheat, but I managed to get my way up, and I am so happy to be in 3rd place right now.
Really good running last week at Sonoma. You get back-to-back podiums now at Champs. What's the motivation levels now packing things up, heading back to California?
Just getting more podiums.
Like it. Thanks, Asher.
Thank you.
We'll go really quickly here. How about this? Lucas Freitas-Mello getting the win here for National Motorsports in the under 10 division. You had a little bit of traffic with the big kids out there, but talk to me about that race.
Yeah, it was really good and really hard. It's my first ever #1 here, so I'm really happy about it, but I'm just glad.
Seeing a lot of 200 number plates around you, knowing you're battling with some of the bigger kids as well, that's got to be a pretty good motivator, right?
Yeah.
Anyone you want to thank for this?
My mom, my dad, and especially Nash, and that's it.
Congrats, Lucas.
Thank you.
Guys?
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson, and great to hear from some of our youngest stars. Quick commercial break. When we return, KA100 Junior getting ready to send us into their main event, and then a lunch break right after that. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Champions of the Future America Series.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chasers driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
KA100 Junior starting to push out onto the racetrack for what's getting set to be a barn burner of a main event. The field still chasing down one driver. Troy Ferguson, class of the field thus far.
I mean, class of the field. Really, you could say class of the event has won. I'm not sure if he was on pole, but the winner of Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, and a convincing win in the Superheat. Although there are those that are close. We saw from our championship points leader in Sebastian Hauser really turning up the wick. They have found something with that HRT OTK that has brought him a lot closer to the field. I would say likely we're going to have to see if anyone can topple the gold standard of Troy Ferguson.
Well, the countdown to green has officially begun, and the pre-race meeting has begun as well. The junior drivers talking to the race directors. That's what they can expect. This one, minutes away from going green.
KA100 Junior getting ready to go for their round 5 final on the outside of row number 5. That's not a Nash. That's a Zach Woodsford Racing machine running an X-Nash graphics there. Declan Mixon behind the wheel of the 355. He'll be alongside Keegan Ellsworth in the 313 for GFC. His brother Nixon just a few rows behind in the 312. Looking a little bit further back, Sebastian Johnson, the Axis guys have been quick guys. He'll be on the outside of row number 4. He's alongside Aaron Spears after a little bit of contact earlier on. Still, those Nash guys looking very quick as well in those EOSes. A little bit further up, Luis Martinez, a little bit incognito this weekend. He's been a dark horse all weekend long. We'll see what he can do from the outside of row number 3. To his inside, Braden Wagner, championship runner-up, trying to close the margin just a little bit here to the guy just in front on the outside of number 2, Sebastian Hauser in the 307 for Hainer Racing Team. Again, just trying to build that gap in a double championship points weekend. A little bit of drama as well for Diesel Bazanski in the 341, the lone factory kart in the field. A little bit of chain guard issues for him, but the 341 ready to go to war here from the inside of row number 2. On row 1, the old standard, the Midas touch at Team Kartnik Bennick of Troy Ferguson will fire off from the outside of row number 1. And on pole position, Axis once again, and Daniel Ramirez puts Axis Kart Sport on pole position. It has been Ferguson all weekend long, guys. We've just seen that shift in momentum. As we get into the round 5 final here for Junior, I've got the feeling it is anyone's game. Really quickly here, Sebastian Hauser, your championship points leader. You've got your runner-up in the standings just behind you here. Give me really quickly your strat for this race.
Just stay smooth, be there when it counts, and hopefully be there.
I'll let you get ready here. Thanks, Sebastian. On the outside of row number 3, just getting the 1-minute call. We're ready to go racing, Caleb.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Jackson. Sebastian Hauser, calm, cool, and collected. Needed to make up a couple of spots to get back to where we have seen him in previous rounds this year here at the Champions of the Future America Series. And he has been the favorite more often than not when it comes down to racing. But Daniel Ramirez, Troy Ferguson, those two drivers, Ramirez finding pace in the superheat. That kept us on the edge of our seats. And Troy Ferguson, he has been so fast this weekend. Nobody with an answer.
Virtually untouchable. I mean, they have got that Bennick Team Nick Kart on absolute rails as our drivers roll off. For the starting grid for this one, I would fully expect Troy Ferguson needs to be, for those not supporting the 329, needs to be compromised in some kind of way. Need to get the jump on the start, make sure you get ahead of that Team Nick Kart, and then from there on, we'll see where the carts fall.
Daniel Ramirez getting ready to start alongside Troy Ferguson, row number 1. Diesel Bazanski, Sebastian Hauser, Braden Wagner, Luis Martinez, your top 3 rows. But we head back down with Jackson Lambros.
Let's talk about Troy Ferguson here because, again, made that move over to Bennick for round number 2, but it was a very slow start to getting that chassis fully up to the pace he was hoping for, and that experimentation came in a very long testing weekend during his spring break down at Apex Motorsports Park in Paris, California. Spent almost 20 sets of tires and pretty much 5 days on track just getting the kart dialed in. And at about Thursday, he finally looked to his dad and said, I'm finally at a point where I feel like I can really push it. And as a result of that, guys, that gold machine out in front, 1 ton
We just lost Jackson there, but indeed, Troy Ferguson and that Bennick machine has been a match made in heaven so far this year. You took a look down the rest of your grid: Aaron Spears, Sebastian Johnson, Keegan Ellsworth, Declan Mixon, Jet Whipple, Alec Daninsky, Reef Sherry, Nixon Ellsworth, Simone Fay, Henry Escalette, Mattis Steven, Wolf Mustaller, Parker Stasielski, and Bronson Kustas. Your drivers getting ready to take the green flag here. KA100 Jr. heads into the tram lines. It's Daniel Ramirez on the inside. Troy Ferguson on the outside at a crawl. We look on to Leon Ciega for the green flag. In KA Jr., we got it. We're underway.
You've seen the outside line be sometimes the place to be. We'll see how aggressive Troy Ferguson wants to be around the outside. Great move for the driver that has dominated this weekend as everybody seems to go single file. First car back. It looks like it's going to be a battle for P5 or P6, one of the GFCs versus a Nash go-kart. But for the front five, or the front six, I should say, it's all clean and green.
Good stuff there out of Troy Ferguson. Daniel Ramirez back to second. Diesel Bizanski now in third, and Sebastian Hauser stayed in fourth. The rest of the pack, single file line all throughout. As now, do we have any moves? The first time of asking into turn number 9. Everybody staying in line. And the Formula Works racing machine of Braden Wagner a little bit further back in this field here, must be said. He's lost about 2 spots at the start of this one.
Just not quite close enough to make any moves there into turn number 14. I should say turn number 13 rather, as now we make our way down into 14. The question is, once again, this is a 14-lap main event. How low or how high do you want to go out? Knowing if you go out high, you may have the speed early on, but the back 9, you will be suffering and you will be susceptible to being overtaken by some of your rivals. But if you go out too low and you get swallowed up, you lose track position, maybe get caught up in an incident. It's all to play for. As your championship leader, Sebastian Hauser looking up the inside for position number 4, and we got a change for the race lead.
Daniel Ramirez into turn number 1 responds after that first lap, the first corner, where Troy Ferguson was able to take control of this race, but only for a lap. Ramirez responds. Hauser now in third. Bizanski, and then further back to Luis Martinez and Braden Wagner as Troy Ferguson on the inside of turn number 5. We're starting to see more and more moves being made throughout. And Hauser with a little bit of a bobble out of Ramirez looking to go for second. Bizanski looking to follow as well on the inside. He's clear. Here comes Wagner. Here comes Martinez on the outside. Aaron Spears looking to mix things up in there as well.
Beautifully opportunistic re-overtake there for Troy Ferguson rather. The gold car keeping himself out in the wind, but now the championship leader of Sebastian Hauser finds himself up the inside, not quite going to get there. Will actually make the move, and he's going to bring Bizanski with him. And now the driver of Troy Ferguson, who's pretty much been out in the wind the entire time, he's going to have to go to war here to dig himself out of this position number 4.
Yeah, and Ferguson was a little nice there with Sebastian Hauser, right? Just kind of made way, let Hauser go through. Again, this race very, very early. If you're Troy Ferguson, you could probably afford to let him by there, but you know, on the downside to that, Bizanski was right there, and so was Danny Ramirez, and the two of them were able to get clear. Up to second and third for the two of them. Braden Wagner now the next one to knock on the door of getting by on Troy Ferguson. And into turn number 5, we'll see if Ferguson can try something to regain the spot that he lost. This time, they work their way through. Ferguson gonna try it right on cue for Troy. Side by side with Ramirez and Ferguson. The battle back for third heating up. Wagner looking to go by on Ramirez as well. Martinez pushing him through. Aaron Spears is in there. All single file line. There's Ellsworth side by side. This one getting undone. 3-4 drivers off the racetrack.
I think Ramirez, your pole sitter, is involved in that, one of the Nash carts as well. Unfortunately, 4 into 1 does not go. We'll see what happened here on our shop, AKRkart.com replay. Looks like Ramirez got into the back. I want to say I'm not quite sure who.
Yeah, you look at it here, Ellsworth. They're all stacked up there on the inside. Spears and Ramirez just gets into the side of Aaron Spears there, and 4 drivers out of contention in this one early. And the look up at the front of the field looking a little bit different here. Sebastian Hauser, Diesel Bizanski, Troy Ferguson, your top 3.
I should say a near miss as well for Troy Ferguson. Very nearly collected in that incident. Unfortunately, I think maybe to the defense of Ramirez, might have had somebody pushing him as well. But either way, 4 of the fastest go-karts here this weekend now seemingly out of the fight. Might be able to continue, but unfortunately any hopes of a podium now dashed. We've got about a 5-car breakaway here at the front.
Yeah, the drivers up at the front here Now sitting pretty with a little bit of breathing room right behind him. The next one that's closest is going to be Sebastian Johnson. He's down in 7th as they work their way through. Bazanski coming to life here, that factory karts machine. Looking hooked up early on in this race. Turn number 9, going to stay in line. And now, you thought about it. You saw the difference in lines there in between the two of them. But it almost seems like the story of these rounds here at Champions of the Future have really been quiet throughout the Saturdays for Sebastian Hauser. And then you turn around to Sunday and something about the lights being on, that you're on one of the biggest stages in the nation, one of the biggest stages here on the West Coast, and he comes to life. He kind of takes to it like water and is able to just, not back down from the moment, not back down from the pressure of leading a championship. We spoke to him earlier on the weekend. He said, look, it's race by race. We're only at round number 5, 4 rounds to go after this weekend, and I just have to go out there and win every single time whenever Sunday comes around. But the driver who's making the move for second right now, in Troy Ferguson, has had an answer for Hauser. They're at all the qualifying heats, and now finally able to get some progression forward. He's going to put himself up to second. Troy Ferguson now on the move.
That's the hard part about dealing with the boogeyman that is Troy Ferguson. It's not his beginning of the run pace. It's the fact that he's able to maintain it through even upwards of 10 laps that we saw in the superheat, as Aaron Spears goes purple at a 15.6. Unfortunately for Mr. Spears, all the way down in P19. That kart had speed, just not the luck to go on his side. But now this is likely going to be dragging Diesel Bazanski, Braden Wagner, and Luis Martinez right up into this fight. Just as we thought we were going to go into a bit of a lull, seems as though things will kick off very, very shortly.
Yeah, and here we go. Hauser just able to pull away from Bazanski there, which is what kind of granted Troy Ferguson to be comfortable enough to make the move for second there with a different look, leading that second pack up to the 307. Could that be the answer for these young men to look to kind of shuffle and rattle Sebastian Hauser here a little bit, right? When a driver is in control the way that Hauser is, more often than not, you can make or break a race or change, the trajectory of it if you're just able to kind of catch him by surprise, rattle him a little bit, right? Make him a little bit uncomfortable, if you will. And Ferguson, when you look at the lap times, he was 2/10 better the last time around here, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, as you would expect from nothing but the gold standard, bringing it right to the back end of Sebastian Hauser. What we saw with Sergei Karamaselli and Caden O'Connor, just because there might be limited jeopardy does not mean you can go for every move and there won't be some consequences. You got to think these drivers have been, I think of the entire top 5, most of them have been in the running for the heat race victories for the predominant portions of this weekend. Do you really want to throw it all away on a lap 6 or a lap 7 overtake? Maybe best to keep it in the back pocket till lap 11 or lap 12.
Yeah, still a lot of time left in this race, and Bazanski has been more than content to push that 329 up to the rear bumper of Sebastian Hauser here. This time by Wagner, looking to shuffle things up here on the inside. Turn number 14, he's got it. Able to get clear and up to third. Bazanski now able to stop the bleeding as Ramirez was going to look for a way by. He didn't find it. And now that push, that last little bit potentially that Troy Ferguson could have had here on this front straightaway to look for a move is not going to be there for him. It's now going to be Wagner.
Just bring in Sebastian Johnson into this fight as well. We're very quickly going to turn this into a 6-car fight, and maybe even more, another 3-car train behind of Nixon Ellsworth, Alec Daninsky, and Declan Mixon not too far back if our front 6 decide to start fighting with one another. But still, Sebastian Hauser even being the one punch in the hole in the air, as we've got one driver running wide on the exit of turn 3. I do believe doing a really good job to not only maintain this advantage, but grow it, as Aaron Spears, you got to think, is going to be kicking himself, going purple once again at a 15.637, over a half second quicker than your race leaders. Man, that's going to be a tough That's going to be a tough debrief there for the Nash driver.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for sure for the driver of the 305 after kind of what could have been, and really in an incident that, everybody fighting for the same bit of real estate and no fault of his own just kind of all came undone in turn number 9. As we look on here, again, a lot of drivers further back in the pack dropping tires, look like turn number 3. And even at everything offline here, Dean, there's a lot of dirt and a lot of dust that has been one of the biggest things to manage for a lot of these teams, right? When you talk about the amount of dust in the air, if you go off track, and if that gets into your airbox, that could potentially cause a lot of the motor issues. That's exactly what's happened to some of the younger drivers. I know Asher Bazanski was plagued with it, getting dust in that airbox, and that was kind of just clogging everything up, right? The same for some of the seniors and some of the juniors here this weekend as well, just battling with different circumstances at a place like this, because over at K1 Circuit Winchester, you have the AstroTurf on most of the runoffs. You have big kind of paved and painted runoffs, where here it's all gravel. You're a tire off the racetrack, and you know, you're losing a lot of time. Your tires are just covered in dust, which is not going to be beneficial for you at all.
No, not at all. When you go off here, you got about a foot maybe of fine powder and some small rocks, but anything beyond that, you get the big ones that can really do some damage to not only your go-kart, but your helmet, which I'm sure a lot of these drivers would be trying to avoid. I've been watching the head of Braden Wagner through some of these longer corners. I think maybe the neck might be starting to give out here for the driver of the 321. We talked about the technical difficulties of this racetrack, how technically proficient you have to be, but also the physical point of view. And it's very hot today. I believe the temperatures this afternoon already well up into the 80s, so maybe some physical toll as we got to change for P4.
Daniel Ramirez able to catch Bizanski by surprise, and just a downward slope here for Diesel Bizanski. He's continuing to lose spots. He's probably going to lose another one here. Sebastian Johnson looked for it, thought better of it, back in the line. He's not going to get it. But as they work their way through this time by, still looking for something, any last little bit here for these three drivers. Ferguson as well, just he's been half a tenth better than Sebastian Hauser, just needs to find a little bit more.
Man, I feel so bad for Aaron Spears. The pace that Spears is running at the moment is in excess of 8/10 quicker than what your leaders are doing. Unfortunately, not going to be the outing for him. But just as we said, this is now a 6-car fight here for the race win. Seems as though everyone's kind of settling in, but all it's going to take is one mistake, and that's either going to bring everybody back into the fight, or maybe we could see a move here from Braden Wagner that allows Sebastian Hauser, your championship leader, to run away with this.
Yeah, well, here we go on the backstretch. Wagner already with a couple of wins to his name so far this year in 2026 in code of competition. The same for Hauser. And anybody just looking to deny that 307 from extending the championship points lead here this weekend. Onto the front stretch, well over the halfway mark. And again, just 3/10. And they were just about even that last time around. 116.2 for your top three here. And that just shows you, right? Just even. Not much is separating the way that they're going around this place.
I mean, these are some of the best KA youngsters in the country at one of the best competitions in the country. I would expect nothing less. I do want to point out that the top three last time by were separated by 300ths. 300ths between the lap times of the top three. The question is, can you learn from those in front of you? Can you find some advantages to draw in a little bit? Because I think pretty much this entire top six is pretty much mirroring one another for lap time. So it's going to have to be likely a mistake that allows you the opportunity to get into the fight. As we've got two karts tangled in the back there at turn number 3, I believe.
No, it's further back. It looks like just on the exit of turn number 9 and into turn number 10. A couple of drivers collected there, and their race is probably going to end early. We'll see if we can ID those drivers later on in this one. But that being said, we're completing and getting ourselves closer to 4 laps to go this time by. And Sebastian Hauser just doing a phenomenal job up front of keeping Troy Ferguson at bay, not giving him pretty much hope here, because look, Ferguson is putting in some of his personal best lap times. He's been consistent. He's been right there within a 2/10, if you will. But when he improves, Hauser improves.
I mean, this is a heavyweight fight between two of the best young drivers in the country. Might have a little battle here for P3 that could play it in the hands of Troy Ferguson. This is P4 of Luis Martinez going up the inside. Unfortunately for Braden Wagner, maybe got caught sleeping. They're going to lose 3 positions, as also Bizanski taking advantage and moving himself onto the bottom step of the podium. This has isolated the top 2. Now it's going to be on Troy Ferguson to do it all on his own.
Yeah, no help behind as they have started a fight here. But again, the draft going to give them a shot to close that gap back down into the S's. This time by 3 laps to go as Hauser looks to get another win on the year. And Bizanski looking to get himself on the podium here this weekend. We'll look at the lap times as we work our way onto the front stretch. The gap, 0.3 of a second in between Hauser and Ferguson, and there's no improvement that time by. Hundredths of a second. Those are the differences. very, very minimal, and it's not going to be enough. Ferguson needs more. He needs to find more at this stage of the race with 3 laps to go.
I think he just got a little bit more. That gap looked like it came down to by about a car length. Ferguson is there or thereabout. I think you got, if you're the likes of Luis Martinez or Sebastian Johnson, you got to think, hey, do we want to fight here for P3 or do we want to work together just in case that there's any drama between the top 2? But I want to point out Sebastian Hauser was not great in practice. They were good, but not great. Very limited data pool for the HRT team this weekend. Was almost really kind of MIA in the heat races yesterday. Really showed up well in the warm-up this morning. In the superheat this afternoon was very quick. And if Sebastian Hauser is able to pull this off and dethrone Troy Ferguson off of what I can only assume is the best weekend thus far of that young driver's career, this would be the drive of a champion. And I think if he looks back, if he does walk away with it in September, or come September, he can look back to Spring Mountain when he capitalized on what is a double points weekend.
Yeah, double points this weekend. And Sebastian Hauser, you look to round 3. He won at K1 Circuit Winchester. You look at round number 4. He went back-to-back, 2 in a row. This weekend, looking to make it 3. And Troy Ferguson still looking for the first win here this year in 2026 in Codiv competition. And he's giving it everything that he's got to close down the gap. You look at round 1 and 2 winner in Brayton Wagner. He currently finds himself right behind this group outside of the podium. He led the championship going into round 3, but after 4, it kind of went the way of Sebastian Hauser. That trophy, if you will, the provisional championship, is now sitting in the lap of Sebastian Hauser in round number 5, and this race win also sitting in his lap.
Last time by, P3 through P5 were P3 through P6 were 2/10 quicker than your race leaders, but we're coming back to the white flag. I'm not sure if Bazanski has enough time to use the weapon. That factory cart underneath him might be good enough to go get P2, but unfortunately, for the first time this weekend, it looks like Troy Ferguson's going to be a bit shortchanged as Bazanski gives the signal, hey, let's go for the win here.
And again, this one is getting close, up and over the curbs, everybody giving it everything that they've got. 1 lap to go this time by. Sebastian Hauser, could it be 3 in a row? The white flag flies. Hauser, Ferguson, Bazanski, all on the same bit of real estate, but there's nothing there for Ferguson. The draft, not enough to bring him back in. This time by, out of turn number 1 and out of 2. Up to 3. Ferguson looks to close in, but it's still at 2 car lengths.
Unfortunately, Troy Ferguson's patent move at turn 5, I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. Will be brave to send it from that far back. Really, the only available overtaking opportunities left are coming up to turn 9 as they're making their way through turn number 6 now. Turn 9 and turn 13 have been the best passing spots. Maybe an opportunity at 14, but unfortunately for Troy Ferguson, the perfect weekend, the gold cart seems to be coming up silver.
And it's not going to help here. Troy Ferguson knows the wind is not in the cards. And now Diesel Bazanski is looking to steal a podium away from the 329. Hauser is going to run away with this one as they continue to fight for second. Ferguson on the low side. He's going to defend as they work their way out of turn 13. Ferguson to the bottom. Bazanski looking to follow. Does he go to the high side? Martinez looking for a way by. They're going to go side by side. But up front, Sebastian Hauser, he won at round number 3. He won at round number 4. And at round number 5, you go to Las Vegas, Nevada. He gambled, he gets it done. Sebastian Hauser extends his championship points lead. He's going to win round number 5 until the line for second. Troy Ferguson holds on over Diesel Bazanski.
Incredible finish there and phenomenal driving for our young drivers. Sebastian Hauser putting up the drive of a champion. Really worked on it all weekend long, showing that HRT knows how to get it done, even outside of the Golden State. Congratulations to Mr. Sebastian Hauser on your victory.
What a drive. What an end to this main event. Sebastian Hauser, calm, cool, collected when he spoke to Jackson before this race. And 14 laps later, comes away victorious. This kid is one to watch. He's won the last 3 races in main event competition. And that's why they say you can't win the race on Saturday. You win it on Sunday. Sebastian Hauser, his favorite day of the week is probably Sundays here. He gets it done. Ferguson with a good result in second. Bazanski picking up some points here in third. Luis Martinez and Brayton Wagner inside of the top 5. But what a drive for Sebastian Hauser. He's going to be standing by with our very own Jackson Lambros. They work their way onto the front stretch. Championship points lead extended, race by race, lap by lap. This kid is hard to beat.
You can make that 3 in a row for Sebastian Hauser, who does so in stunning fashion here to take victory here in Pahrump. You want to talk about a comeback drive and just really an upset victory for you here. I don't think this ever was, something you expected this weekend, but walk me through that final.
I mean, it was expected. I mean, I came out here to win, and obviously, but we just had really good pace. We figured out the cart. I had a little bit improve, and I think I improved on that. My racecraft definitely increased in aggressiveness in the final main. So I just want to thank my dad, RT, my mom, my family, all of them who supported me through this journey, and really happy to be on top.
And again, you come into this weekend with less track time than half of the kids, only rolling up Friday. You come up P5 in qualifying. For you to make that comeback drive over the course of yesterday and today, and now gaining that championship points gap coming into round number 6, that's got to be some good motivation going back to K1.
I mean, obviously winning feels great, but I'm just happy to come on top for my team, for my dad. It was a rough weekend, and we were definitely behind, and to come out on top definitely feels good.
Congrats, Seb.
Thank you.
Keep it rolling over here to the guy who looked so strong all weekend long, but it ends up being P2 for Troy Ferguson. Where are the emotions at right now?
I mean, I'm a bit disappointed because we were super strong, but then in the final, we didn't have any pace at all, so.
Specifically in the final, what felt like was missing? You obviously had a phenomenal start. Seb got the nose ahead and took P1, but was it the aero wash? What felt like was missing there for the Bennick?
I mean, we got a great start, actually. So we were P1, and then, I was just pushing. I couldn't even, get the car to rotate. And then I had nothing off the corner, and, yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks, Troy.
Thank you.
Keep it rolling here, and that'll be podium number 2 of the season for Diesel Bizanski. Moves over from the GFC to the factory, and it was a hustle there for P2 at the very end, unable to get it, but still your second podium of the season. Walk me through that drive.
It was Troy did a good job defend the podium, which I had to keep Luis behind. So I just podium, risk versus reward. I'd rather get in the podium than get P4, P5. So I just defended. We almost had the P2, but overall great weekend.
Again, really busy month for your whole family right now. I think you finally have a weekend off next week. But what's the main takeaways here from the handful of weeks just up in Sonoma and obviously out here in Pahrump?
Just need to study a little more on car setups. So and I think we got it dialed in for the next one.
Gotcha. Thanks, Asher.
Thank you.
Guys?
Yeah, well, there you guys have it from our top 3. Diesel Bizanski, again, back to the drawing board. Troy Ferguson, thing we said, and again, aero wash, one of the things that we kind of talked about a little bit, and that's just, diagnosing exactly what he was talking about, pushing, talking about the front specifically. It was just hard for him to close down, and I think you saw it there with Sebastian Hauser taking the win. Ultimately, though, what a way, and Sebastian Hauser, very, very good form these last 3 rounds here at Champions of the Future. That being said, for myself, Caleb Vieska, from Dean Helt, from Jackson Lambros, we hit the lunch break. We'll see you back here in about an hour's time.
Well, a lot of Formula Work GFCs here as we get set for KA100 Senior. This isn't one of them. It's been a phenomenal weekend so far for Cam Perry out of Lakeside Karting. Talk to me about your weekend so far.
I don't know about phenomenal, but cooked the front tires in quality heat 1, and then it was just downhill from there. Had good starting position and just couldn't keep the tires on it.
Overall, I mean, again, we talked about setup a little bit earlier on in tire preservation, and we've seen how much they've devolved in the macro, right, over the course of a weekend. But session to session, how much are the fall off here for these praises?
Oh, it was terrible. Like, it just, once they get out of balance, it's very, very bad. Like, you get 2 good laps, and then it's just backwards from there.
You think you got anything for the front here?
Yeah, we got stickers on, so it should be pretty good.
Gotcha. I'll let you get ready here. Thanks, Cam.
Thank you.
Well, for those of you watching on from home, welcome back to the other side of the lunch break. We are live from the Spring Mountain Resort. And this place has provided some great racing action. The Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club is now becoming a staple of the West Coast. We are at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. This track that is a little over a mile long and 28-foot wide track surface that has provided some great racing action all week long. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth, Dean Helt. We heard from Jackson Lambros as he's bringing us all the stories down trackside, everything going on, our boots on the ground. And this place, synonymous with karting in the West Coast, the X-Plex here is pretty much, there's an homage to it here at Spring Mountain Karting Complex, the iconic 0.7 of a mile Las Vegas karting venue that closed down back in 2006, that left a long-standing void in the regional racing community here of Nevada, has now kind of been revitalized with this place, and the north configuration here is a direct homage to that, formerly known as the Rock Pile. This complex includes a massive 7.3 acre paddock dedicated with viewing areas. There's a VIP section here this weekend for the VIP members here at the Champions of the Future to watch, and a vast amount of viewing area to catch all the racing action. KA100 Senior, perhaps the most exciting class, the one that we've awaited for all day long, is getting ready to go green here in a couple of moments' time, Dean. But this weekend, it's a familiar look up front with our pretty much same contenders here this weekend, but they are stacked up a little bit differently here.
It is the black and white versus the black and red Axis Kart Motorsports versus GFC and Formula Works. Would you expect anything less here for the 5th iteration of the Champions of the Future event here at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex? I think we're going to see a battle. It's an interesting kind of team dynamic. You've got the, obviously, as mentioned, the GFC entries. Johnny Stamps, I believe, coming from the outside of the front row. A very quiet day yesterday for Mr. Stamps. I don't think he had any wins, but was able to maintain consistency, whilst guys like Keegan Kaminsky, as we saw in the heat races yesterday, all 3 heat races led those races coming out of the final corner and only once walked away with the victory in those. I think realistically, we've got about 12 guys that can win this race today, and then the ever-looming question of what do these cars handle like, what are these conditions like on brand new races for all of our competitors.
We talked about different talking points throughout previous races, specifically in K100 Junior. Troy Ferguson talked a lot about that front end pushing, and that was pretty much kind of synonymous with what we're used to feeling whenever you feel aero wash, dirty air from a driver ahead of you, and unfortunately that is what hindered himself. That's what hindered Troy Ferguson from making a move, and that could be one of the biggest talking points in this K100 Senior class. The difference, though, a couple of more drivers, and the top 10 is very stacked with drivers. But if you want to win this one, it is best to start inside of those top 3 rows. Jackson Lambros is standing by to have our top 3 rows get ready to go green.
Thanks so much, Caleb. I actually got your top 10 here. We're starting further back, row 5. Spencer Kepton trying to keep the HRT party going after victory for Sebastian Hauser earlier on. Top Patel Corsa driver just alongside him there, and that's J.D. Drennan. We move up just a little bit further up here, Gabe, to row number 4. Aiden Aquino, the lone Kart Republic for SLA, will be trying to roll off from the inside alongside another single car effort, the Lakeside Karting GFC. That's Cam Perry. We get a little bit further up to the front of the grid here, and it is a lot of black and white, but crucially, a lot of black and red. All axis, row number 3, with Cordon and Calderon rolling off 5th and 6th. Takes us a little bit further up to actually get to the GFCs. Then it'll be, of course, Ian Kim going off of a phenomenal Heat 3 win. And alongside Keegan Kaminsky. Keegan, I'm going to steal you really quickly here, actually. We were talking a little bit earlier on the pre-grid. Looked really strong to start off Saturday, but I think frustration is the best way to put how the second half of this weekend has gone for you.
Yeah, it's been tough for me. You know, it's been racing hard with everyone. Just going to push as hard as I can in this main event, try and get the win. It's been tough, but props to all these guys that have been giving me a run for my money, so hopefully I can get them a run for their money.
Let you get ready here. Thanks, Keegan. Going to keep it going here to the front row. It's been Axis and GFC out in front. That trend continues all the way to the front row. Archer Eversman on pole position, and your championship points leader, Johnny Stamp's going to be rolling off on the outside. We're going to steal Archer here very quickly. Victory to start here. Earlier on, you've been fighting for victories at K1. How nice would a victory here in Pahrump sound to you?
It'd be perfect. We've been working on it for a while with this series and really need it at this point.
I think crucially as well, you guys have been fighting for podiums all weekend long, all season long, but specifically here, something has felt kind of different with this Axis Kart team. What has been the difference in your eyes?
Just keeping it up front at all times, trying to keep it in the lead and controlling the races.
I think we got a really good comment from Troy Ferguson earlier on in the juniors as well, how crucial it is actually to lead here. You're getting all the advantages of a motor track while being out in front, none of the disadvantages. How crucial is it to be out in front because that aero wash apparently really not good?
It's important not only for that, but just be there at the end and be there when it counts.
I'll let you get ready here. Thanks, Archer. 28 Carters ready to go to war here. Round number 5 for KA100 Senior, Caleb.
Thank you very much there, Jackson. In this field, getting ready to go green. That was a look inside of your top 10. Archer Eversman, time and time again, has come oh so close to winning it. But Johnny Stamps caught Keegan Kaminsky by surprise, as well as Archer in that super heat that sent us to this point right here. He punched his ticket to the front row alongside Archer, who has really had speed. And then Ian Kim, you talk about this kid right here on your screen, the 478. What a weekend up to this point to put yourself in the limelight. Breakthrough for sure for this young man, putting himself within a shot to become a main event winner here in 2026.
Talk about jumping right into the deep end with some of the best non-shifter kart drivers in the nation. I also want to point out we've got ourselves a change of wind direction. That headwind into turn 1 has now become an 8-mile-an-hour tailwind. So these drivers going to be getting big runs onto one another into the biggest passing zone on the racetrack, and also a headwind into turn 14. Might be able to see some guys throw it around the outside, see some unconventional passes here, and what will be, I'm sure, a barn burner of a main event.
Well, here we go. Archer Eversman, Johnny Stamps are moments away from firing off engines. The fence lines will be packed for this one. Anybody here in the paddock is not going to want to miss any of the racing action. For those of you at home, you don't want to miss any of the racing action either. You've been watching it all live on Kart Chaser. And again, for those of you at home, while you're waiting to get this one kicked off, and now's the time to scan the QR code and get yourself a Micron 6 today from shopakr.com. Based here locally in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is their home track. With that being said, KA100 Senior main event, moments away from going green. And let's take you through that starting grid order here in a couple of moments. Archer Eversman, Johnny Stamps, we heard there from Jackson. They kick off on row number 1. Ian Kim, Keegan Kaminsky on row number 2 with Rylan Cordon and Mateo Calderon back on row number 3. We talked to this driver pre-race. In Cameron Perry, he's getting ready to kick off in his Lakeside Karting GFC alongside Aiden Aquino, Spencer Kempton, JD Drennan. Then you go back to Connor Carpenter and Jack Babiak all the way back to row number 6. And then you go to Jackson Menchu. We talked to him. He's been up at the front of this field time and time again this year, still looking for a little bit of better luck this weekend. He starts alongside Xander Malatesta. Matthew Cagle, talked about this rookie, round 4 winner. He starts alongside Joseph Hewitt, Maxi Saga, alongside Ian Wells. In your last couple of rows here with Talon Brown, Maximilian Bowie, Jaden Johnson, Dylan Archer, Kalani Anaya, as well as John Michael Dunnigan. And then your final row with Dylan Lee Hallmark and Luis Lugo. 26 drivers total have made the trip out here to Pahrump, Nevada. An hour outside of the Strip. An hour away to where we close off the year every single year in karting here in North America. But we're here for round number 5, the Champions of the Future America Series. Getting ready to go green with K100 Senior. All eyes on Leon Ciega, our flagman, to give us the green flag. Eversman on the inside, Johnny Stamps on the outside. They head into the tram lines. 16 laps are green from Pahrump, Nevada.
Not a great start there from the outside. A huge jump for Archer Eversman as he will comfortably lead out into turn 1. Around the outside goes Johnny Stamps. He will retain provisionally his second position. A couple drivers off in the back, but for the most part, a big move up the inside. It's one of the GFC karts. Not quite sure who that is. Might have been Keegan Kaminsky shoving it up the inside. But for the most part, we've made it through clean and green.
Kaminsky through for 4th there. And again, that outside line did not get a good start. Archer Eversman ran away from everybody else as soon as he got himself into the punch-off zone and was able to pull away. Already, it's a brawl further back in the field, and it's a brawl here up at the front. Mateo Calderon looking for a move. He's going to get it. And Johnny Stamps now, there's contact further back in the field. 2 together. That's the 427 of Max Bowie, who's off, or who's stuck in the middle of the racetrack. He's not going to finish this one.
Unfortunately, game over there for 2 of our drivers, but at the front, it is all black and red as the Axis Motorsports machine of Archer Eversman continues to stretch his legs early on, but this is where we start to see what these tires are made of. 16 laps here, the longest that these drivers have gone, I believe, this entire weekend. We are going into the relative unknown, and with this level of track grip and this level of sunshine, we are almost into the 90s for temperature. You got to think maybe the track getting a little warm and losing some grip, but Keegan Kaminsky's not going to wait around to find out.
Yeah, there you go, Keegan Kaminsky making a move there into turn number 1. And again, you heard there from Cameron Perry a little bit early on in his interview with Jackson Lambros. These opening stages of the race are very, very critical when you talk about nursing and maintaining this Pressa tire. And Keegan Kaminsky's going to waste no time. Turn number 5, he's clear for 2nd. Johnny Stamps is going to follow, and they just shuffled Ian Kim out of the way. The 2 Formula Works GFCs are looking to charge up to the 466 of Archer Eversman. But back to the point I was making, these Pressa tires, this opening stage of the race is very, very critical. You cannot, and I mean you cannot overuse that tire early on because you're going to be left with nothing to fight in the final stage.
Yeah, especially when you've got teammates working with one another. I believe we've got 4 Axis Motorsports karts inside of the top 6 here, and sandwiched in between them are the 2 GFCs of Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamps. The question is, how well would these teammates work together if you want to work together? If you're the 4th Axis kart line and you've got a Itzhak Corsa breathing, a DC Itzhak Corsa breathing down your neck, do you want to sit? Are you willing to wait with your teammates? Although it looks like we're going to get an answer here. This is the 3rd and 2nd of the Axis Motorsports cars. I believe Rylan Corden and Ian Kim swapping spots as well.
Yeah, so Cordon has been up there at the front for the majority of this week, and Mateo Calderon is currently just following along with Johnny Stamps and Keegan Kaminsky. The rest of the pack, the battle just on the edge of the top 10 is starting to heat up here. Babiak is in there, Aquino's in there, Kempton. There's a good number of drivers just stuck on back. Cameron Perry, I believe, is one of the first of the GFCs that's there in frame. Then Babiak's right behind him, and then everybody's just so close to each other. You see it there on your screen. Jackson Menchu, they're all tenths away from each other. As you see the the differential in between all of them to the leader. That being said, we focus back up front, and Keegan Kaminsky and Johnny Stamps are starting to close in. Here's a look at that battle that I was mentioning. There's Ian Kim, Cameron Perry. Then you go back to to Babiak, and Aquino's going to go for a move on the inside. He's going to get it.
Brave move to do that through turn 15, which is rapidly becoming one of the more aggressive passing zones as we are slowly squishing up together. Top 5 about to be going for the lead here.
Yeah, my mistake. That was Babiak. Babiak was the one who made the move. And up front, more movers on the inside. Looks Calderon into turn number 1 on Johnny Stamps. He's going to get it. And now third is going to look a little different. The rookie has gotten himself back up to this lead pack.
I think this is what we've seen all weekend long with Keegan Kaminsky. The early run speed has been phenomenal in that number 465 GFC go-kart, but at the end of these races, he just doesn't seem to have enough of what he needs to be able to stretch that gap out to where he does not lose in these photo finishes to the line. But still, long way to go in this one as we got another move up the inside. Axis on GFC. Axis prevails. That is the 478 of Ian Kim going back up into position number 4. Unfortunately, the black and white brigade seems to be falling apart here.
Yeah, that's a good move there out of Ian Kim to work his way through. Johnny Stamps needing to find something here in the coming stages of this race and the coming laps as well as Kaminsky starts to close in. We'll head back down to Jackson Lambros here really quick with a report.
Well, Archer Eversman unable to build a gap, but crucially, Keegan Kaminsky struggling all weekend long to really close that gap, and that's because the aero push here, guys, has not been a joke. We saw it earlier on in KA100 Junior, but when you combine just how tight and technical this track is, with just how, again, on throttle this is, you're getting all of the benefits, all of the downsides of an all-motor track, right? Like K1, without any of the benefits. You don't have those times to make a run to set up a move, but you're constantly turning the wheel, trying to carry momentum. That's what the struggle has been here for Keegan Kaminsky. A quick change during the lunch break, hoping to make that kart drive a little bit better on attack.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson, and a very good point, right? And you know, good that Jackson was down there speaking with Keegan, making changes, adjusting to what they could expect here. And now looking like those changes might have worked in a turn number 9. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer, but Calderon looks handsy to go as well. He wants to get himself through for second. He wants to get himself in control of this race. And they only have Kaminsky right ahead of him. Then it's to Stamps, and that battle further back now as we have a change for the lead. Kaminsky was patient for a good bit of time. He's going to take control of this one.
This is when it's one of those interesting moments if you're Mateo Calderon or Ian Kim. You see your teammate was out in the lead, and now all of a sudden not as there's contact in the back. It's one of the Axis Motorsports cars as well. Unsure of who that is at the moment. We'll get a replay of it, I'm sure, very quickly here, or maybe we'll see on our timing and scoring. But either way, at the front, we've got 3 Axis cars, but they're not playing nice. And here comes Evan Archer Eversman back for the race lead. Not quite going to get there.
Keegan Kaminsky able to rip the high side, able to hold on to the lead of this race, and they're kind of showing their hand right, setting the tone for what we're expecting to see in this race. Keegan Kaminsky already on the defense, and if you're Matthew Cagle fighting for position further back, you're going to want to stay in line because they're giving you a lifeline here to put yourself into the conversation. Kaminsky and Eversman, they've gone toe-to-toe. They've gone head-to-head all weekend long, and now they continue to do so here. Kaminsky adamant about staying in the lead of this race. In a turn number 9, Kaminsky to the low side. Calderon's going to pick one spot up, looking to get through on Eversman.
Oh, teammates!
And the two of them get together. Archer Eversman off the racetrack. The gap opens up. Ian Kim looks to get through for 30s clear.
Wow, I tell you what, if you're looking back at a guy like Matthew Cagle, you're thinking, jackpot, I've waited all this time. Matthew Cagle has been super, super sneaky good throughout all these heat races. Never seemed to have gotten the results, but now with some clean air, although immediately to the back of this front 5 train, I think we have to keep an eye for sure on the 416 GFC before too long.
And that was almost tactical there out of Keegan Kaminsky, right? You're halfway through this race. There's really no need to defend, but by doing so, you kind of start to stack everybody up. Everybody else is having a checkup, and you see it there. Archer Eversman still alongside Mateo Calderon. They're still side by side. And I mean, Calderon's fully clear at that point. It's front bumper to rear bumper, and Eversman just with nowhere to go. I don't know if they hooked, but he found himself with a one-way ticket into the gravel. Finally able to rejoin the racetrack, but with a lap, really a full lap to try and clean off those sticker press of tires. That being said, Johnny Stamps gets himself clear for third on Ian Kim. And Matthew Cagle, we talk about the rookie who won at round number 4. now puts himself in the conversation as Kim looking to respond. Side by side with Johnny Stamps, who's going to drop a tire off the racetrack. He's going to lose that spot, and through went Babiak.
And I tell you what, guess who that helps out? Matthew Cagle right there moving up into position number 4, and that number 416 GFC go-kart already nearly fighting for P3. That kart is coming to life, but the question is there such a thing as peaking too soon? The last thing you'd want to do is use up too much of this press of rubber, as there he goes into P3. I tell you what, 416's on the move.
Yeah, and I mean, you're kind of asking the question, right? Can you fall off a little bit early in this race? Yes, you can. This race is very, very long, and like I mentioned earlier, after the conversation we had with Cameron Perry, that it is very easy to use up all this tire too early into this race. Eversman now looking to regain a little bit of position. He's going to go behind his teammate Ian Kim and put himself behind Matthew Cagle. So Eversman is now up to 4th, and the rest of the pack starting to close on in. Spencer Kempton, the 417, the first of the Hayner Racing Team machines, is up to 10th as they continue to battle further back. Looked like Johnny Stamps there, and it looked like Babiak continuing to fight here. Those two GFCs going back and forth. That's the who's going to lead.
And I think in this new, relatively new dynamic, I don't think I've ever seen, that we talk about managing tires over heat races and main events and whatnot, but we don't talk over weekends. Well, we don't really talk about managing tires over the course of a race. As Cameron Perry mentioned, you get 2 or 3 really good laps, and if you abuse these tires, they will not come back to you, and then you are dead in the water. I wonder if maybe some of these drivers, those that have maybe a little bit less experience on this press of rubber, maybe finding out the hard way that you really got to baby these things. Maybe, just maybe, their races are over before they even know it.
And again, by doing so, by saving tires here, quote unquote, these drivers have to find themselves backing up some of these corners, maybe not driving in as hard. If you find yourself sliding the rears, that could really degrade them that little bit more. With the amount of lateral load that we have here at this place, talk about turn number 1, you're pretty much, on edge, your body's all the way to the left side, and the left rear is what's really catching the brunt of it. The same thing right here in turn number 3, right? It's a fast right-hander, and you're right there. Then again, another long, sweeping right-hander, and then you finally get the first left-hander right here.
I tell you what, Johnny Stamps is taking a page out of Troy Ferguson's playbook there, capitalizing on the open lines on the inside of turn 5, moves Stamps up into, I believe, position number 4 or position number 5. I believe position number 5 is the continuing battles here. I believe that might be Ian Kim making the move up there, moving up into P5 over the curb for the 480. Not quite going to be able to get back to the inside of the American driver. But yeah, the tire management aspect of this race is going to be playing a huge factor, and all it's going to take is one mistake from the likes of Keegan Kaminsky or Mateo Calderon, and all of a sudden it's going to get really squishy here at the front.
And we look at the gaps as Mateo Calderon and Keegan Kaminsky looks to manage his lead. Last time by, it was a 116 flat for Mateo Calderon. It was a 116.056. So, again, they're right there, hundredths of a second. But when you talk about being that little bit better, we saw with Troy Ferguson, he was hundredths of a second better than Sebastian Hauser. And that's what was, going to make the difference for him, as now there's a change for second here. Matthew Cagle and Mateo Calderon going to swap that position. But you need a little bit more if you're in that second spot. And by Matthew Cagle making that move, he's putting himself one spot better, putting himself now within a shot to try and see what he can do, leading both himself and Mateo up to Keegan to try and, deny a runaway victory like we've seen time and time again. Again, you can't really call K.A. Jr. a runaway victory with the margin that there was in between Troy and Sebastian. But again, if you were in that second seat, in Troy Ferguson's seat, he was left kind of helpless with nothing else to do, with nothing left, with no answer, with no response. And you need to be a 10th to 2/10 better if you want to fight for a win here, if you're this far back at the moment in second.
Well, I tell you what, it's not going to matter. Matthew Cagle up 13 spots from the outside of, I believe that would be row number 8 for the number 416, to knocking on the door of what I believe might be his first victory on Champions of the Future soil here, rapidly closing in on Keegan Kaminsky. And you got to think for Keegan Kaminsky, how much of this is pace management and how much of this is, oh dear, I've got a teammate closing him in. I want to mention also, one of our cameramen have spotted that the temperature on the track is exceeding 140 degrees. These tires are on the melting point here this afternoon, so I wonder how nicely these two GFC teammates are going to play with one another.
Yeah, everything's kind of running hot here, right? You talk about the temperature here in Pahrump. It's up to 88, but again, you talked about the little bit of wind. Look, that's not enough, right? It's really nothing if you want to call it. It is, it feels like you're in an oven almost here in Nevada with the sun just right above us. It has been something to manage here. As now Matthew Cagle, he's been managing his gap. Kaminsky's been managing his lead, and that's going to come undone as Cagle passes in a turn number 9, and now Kaminsky's going to cross him over. Cagle with the response. Both of the teammates fighting for the lead, and the gap that they had worked oh so hard to build up is now going to close down. Mateo Calderon right there, ready to pounce in third. And look who's back, ladies and gentlemen. Archer Eversman from off the racetrack a couple of laps ago has put himself in 4th and back into the conversation.
I cannot believe, I have no idea where that run came from Matthew Cagle outside of turn number 10 to get back up the inside. Might have caught Keegan Kaminsky napping, but now if you're Keegan, what do you do? Do you work with your teammate who seemingly has incredible pace, or do you go in it alone and risk bringing not only the Maxxis drivers behind, but also more P5, P6, P7 into this by the end of this race?
And then I mentioned you have to be a 10 to 2/10 better to try and make a move, to try and close down these gaps, because if you're really within the same 10th, that's not going to help. Matthew Cagle, last time around, 2 laps ago I should say, he was 3/10 better than Keegan Kaminsky. That time around, he was another 3/10 better, slowly building that through the lap and able to get himself clear. Matthew Cagle in the 416 has a handful of pace in his Formula Works GFC here. And for Kaminsky, having to refine that, maybe he was managing, whatever you want to call it, he needs to find something here at this stage of the race. As Eversman now looking to trade for a position for 3rd, he's going to get it over Mateo Calderon.
If Kaminsky was saving anything, we'll find out if he's got it. I think at this point you kind of just got to burn him if you got him, as the gap continues to close up. Also want to mention Johnny Stamps and Ian Kim closing in on this front, I believe, quartet is what it is called, as it is white, black, red, or black, red, and black, red here at the front of the field. Still coming to 4 to go this time by. It's a 6-car fight now, but one little mistake could bring all these drivers back into it.
Yeah, and you look further back there, Spencer Kempton's leading that second group from 7th on back. Babiak's right behind him. And then to Cameron Perry, Aiden Aquino, Jackson Menchu, and more are just kind of drafting. They were sitting patient, waiting for something to kind of come undone, to come unstuck in between these lead drivers, and they almost had it there in between Cagle and Kaminsky. What they really needed was one of the Axis Kart Sport or anybody else behind them to try and make a move, to try and get into the fight, and to really, stir up the hornet's nest, if you will, up at the front of this field. But Matthew Cagle, this kid, when you look back to round number 4, he was able to hold off the likes of Jackson Gibson and a couple of others to take his first victory this year. Oliver Calvo was also racing that weekend, but for the majority of it, it was himself and Jackson Gibson going head-to-head. And here, this weekend, it could be 2 in a row. You talk about Sebastian Hauser going 3 in a row. This kid has the opportunity to go 2 in a row in his rookie season here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And here's a look at Spencer Kempton in the 417 for the Hainer Racing team. He's got Babiak right behind him as they're starting to close in here on Ian Kim.
I tell you what, Johnny Stamps last time by was the fastest go-kart on the track by 3/10, and also made the move to jump himself up into P4, already nearly on the back of Archer Eversman. I would not rule out the number 412 GFC driver from this race just yet, but I will say we are running out of time here as we got battling further back in the field.
Yeah, further back, side by side, door to door. And we're getting closer and closer to the end. 3 laps to go this time by. Getting ready to draw to a close. And Cagle, this weekend hasn't been perfect. It hasn't been easy, to say the least. You look back to yesterday, throughout the qualifying heats. In the first one, had to work his way through the field, was the biggest mover. Qualifying heat race number 2, gets involved in an incident. And doesn't even, I believe he finished even outside of the top 15, even further back than that, after an incident with Mateo Calderon. Then in the qualifying heat race number 3, it was, an okay start and an okay result, but it was nothing really special. The superheat, you could say the same, made up 5 spots here and there, but really starting to come into his own here in this main event. Matthew Cagle is pulling away from Keegan Kaminsky.
It is incredible that in this caliber of field, in this quality of field, that Keegan, or that not Keegan Kaminsky, but Matthew Cagle has been able to pull away, and you can see it there. Keegan Kaminsky is not closing that gap. If anything, Matthew Cagle just went 2.5 tenths quicker than his GFC counterpart as Johnny Stamps continue to close in on Archer Eversman. This may be a master stroke here from Matthew Cagle, no less from 15th on the grid.
the development of the GFCs has definitely been on an upward slope for the last couple of years. This site right here with a rookie and an established driver in the tent reminds me a lot to a couple of years ago whenever it was Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky. Kaminsky was that rookie. He was that young gun with the fire in his belly to go out there and win every single time, to fight and to race every single race like it was his last. And today, this site looks a lot different. The established driver is Kaminsky instead of Jake Drew, and the rookie is now Matthew Cagle, who has developed and who has grown up racing for the black and white operation, and the roles are reversed. You know, there was time and time again that Jake Drew had this site where Kaminsky was in the lead of a race, and now it's Kaminsky with this site, a driver who he's been friends with, been close with, maybe even coached, gave a helping hand to time and time again whenever he was in the junior ranks just last year. Now it's a completely different site up at the front, and Johnny Stamps looking to make it a Formula Works Lakeside Karting GFC 1, 2, 3. He has to hold off Archer Eversman. He has to hold off Ian Kim. But up at the front, Cagle is going to come across turn number 4 with the lead that any driver would be grinning from ear to ear to have.
Tell you what, Johnny Stamps is going to have to play some really hard defense, but nearly on the verge of a GFC 1, 2, 3 here for round number 5 of the Champions of the Future. I just don't think Keegan Kaminsky has enough left in the tank. I think, unfortunately for him, it might be Matthew Cagle's day, but this battle for P3 is still ongoing.
Yeah, they continue here, but what a drive, what a story. Matthew Cagle, it almost seems like when he's knocked down, always finds a way to get back up and just keep on fighting, keep on punching. No matter if it's a DNF, no matter if it's a mechanical, the fight in this kid has been something to watch all year long. He's coming out of the S's. He won just a month ago at round number 4 at K1 Circuit Winchester. And a month later, in Pahrump, Nevada, Matthew Cagle had to work hard for this one. Kaminsky is going to applaud the rookie who goes 2 in a row at Champions of the Future.
Got a feel for Keegan Kaminsky. So fast all weekend as Eversman steals away that final step on the podium away from Johnny Stamps, denying GFC a perfect podium, but it's still a GFC Formula Works 1-2 here this afternoon. An incredible result there for the Northern California-based brand. But as mentioned, got a feel for Keegan Kaminsky. So fast over the course of this weekend. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And I'm sure we'll have a great interview coming here with Jackson Lambros in a few moments' time.
What a drive. What a race for Matthew Cagle. What an, again, just very enthusiastic kid. And for him to get this win here this weekend, I'm sure he's going to be grinning from ear to ear. He's going to take his time coming in, picking up as many marbles as he can. But look, this one was definitely one to watch. GFC, Formula Works, whatever you want to say, a GFC chassis has won 4 out of the 5 main events in K100 Senior Racing action. But let's take a look to how we got here. This race was something to watch. Keegan Kaminsky at the start, setting the tone, making moves on Archer Eversman.
Look how far back that Matthew Cagle isn't hardly in any of these shots, and this is already the midpoint of this race as you see here the replay of the Axis teammates getting together. Big moves happening everywhere. This is where Johnny Stamps, I think, lost his shot at the win, as nearly lost at least 2 seconds. Might have been all she wrote there for the American driver.
And then slowly but surely, Matthew Cagle just started picking them off one by one and making these moves to get himself through. And he's getting ready to talk to our very own Jackson Lambros. 2 in a row for the 416.
And it is celebration time and firework time here in Pahrump, Nevada, as Matt Cagle going to go 2 for 2 and get GFC 4 out of the 5 here in Season 1 of Champions of the Future America Series. You were incognito for the vast majority of this weekend. You got it done, though, when it counts.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how I went from 15 to first, but this GFC Formula Works machine, Timmy, my mechanic, has been going good all week, and it's had super long pace, and motors, SRE, Sander, Greg make the best engines for me.
You've been still very much in the championship hunt, right? Always fighting for podiums, fighting for wins now, but on a double points weekend, you get victory coming back to California. It's got to be a pretty good feeling.
It's a great feeling. I went 2 for 2 for first anyways, and I'm just super grateful for this.
Congrats, Matt.
Thank you.
Keep it going here. Keegan Kaminsky going to make it a GFC 1-2. And the changes worked, right? Able to fight out in front, but unfortunately just not able to hold off Matty there.
Yeah, he's coming quick. I saw him looking back a couple times. I saw him coming by. He was going to be quick and hard to beat. So, yeah, super proud of that kid. He works his butt out hard weekend. So, really proud of him. I think my coaching paid off. It was really hard to beat him, but super proud of him.
And for you to still kind of maintain this national schedule for both yourself and Kegel, for you guys to come out here with little experience, how much of a confidence boost is not just to you guys, right, but for the whole Formula Works team?
No, it's a really big confidence boost. We worked hard every weekend, so I can't thank everybody enough from Formula Works and GFC for all their hard work. P1 Engines for working his butt off all weekend, getting me better and better with the engine and carburation, so was super stoked about that. Yeah, I just missed it a little bit this weekend, but it gives us big confidence going to the national stuff, especially on the KA side where Matthew's racing, so super excited to see where he goes.
Thanks, Keegan.
Yeah, thank you.
You heard it earlier on with Caleb. It was Frankie Mossman putting OTK on the board, and we thought it was going to be another OTK on top this weekend, maybe with Archer Eversman, but these GFC guys were fast, just wasn't meant to be for you this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I was out in the front. I got passed under yellows. Really nothing I could do about it, but I'm still happy with it. At least we're on the box, and we can keep working forward for the rest of the rounds.
Who made the podium possible for you guys this weekend?
Axis, Matt Johnson, my mom, my dad, Connor DeMond, Revolutions, my mechanic, Steven, and a lot more.
Thanks so much, Archer.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, there you guys have it from your podium finishers at the end of KA100 Senior. Quick commercial break. When we return, our final race of the weekend, Pro and Heritage. Get ready to go green.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
here for round number 5. Let's start off with your KA100 Heritage Field. The Techno Kart driver Andre Isaac will start off in P3. Former UTV driver and world champion rolling off at the back of this grid. Then alongside him, a returning face we're more than familiar with, Tony Gomez, coming off of a victory and a handful of podiums at K1, rolls off alongside our pole sitter, Roman Thieven, owner of Speed Vegas. And with that, we move on to our X30 division, small but powerful, not just in these 125cc engines, but in these 4 world-class drivers. Looking further back here, it is going to be Tanner Cordon in the 623. Again, so cool to see 2B Motorsports coming out from south of the border. International appearances here. This Lando Norris kart with Phil Giebler Racing has looked so strong all weekend long. Trying to get into this battle on the front row. Sergey Karamselli on pole position will be starting alongside the 619 of Caden O'Connor. See if we can jump in very quickly here. Am I interrupting a photo? I'm sorry. We'll get you really quickly here, Sergey. You've looked so strong all weekend long. It's been a new track for you, but there's been plenty of prep in getting you here for a winning position. What's it going to take, not just to fend off from Caden here, but for the rest of these X30 guys?
Definitely going to take a lot. Even though there's only 4 of us, it's still tough to race these guys. I mean, they're all fast. So all it takes for me is to do my best. From my mechanic is to make sure that the kart is all dialed, all the tire pressures are perfect for the conditions. And for me to just focus, lock in.
Let you get ready here. Thanks so much. And we'll go to the outside of row number 1 very quickly. Caden O'Connor got a little bit chippy earlier on there for the super final, or excuse me, the super heat. We think that's going to maybe carry on here into the main event?
No, I mean, we'll see. I don't think so. I think we'll be good together.
What do we think what's it going to take crucially here to get side by side and maybe get the lead over Sergey here? Because you guys have spent a lot of time side pod to side pod.
It's hard to say. He's got to roll with however it goes.
Let you get ready here. Thanks, Caden. But there you have it, guys. 7 drivers overall. And the quest for the X30 Pro Championship continues right here at Spring Mountain.
Well, here we go. We'll look down to the level that these drivers are going to be driving at. About 2 inches off the ground. And Caden O'Connor and Sergey Karamselli, they've gone head-to-head all weekend long. But it all comes down to this. Double points here this weekend. And Dean, I cannot wait.
Yeah, I think this will be a great 1v1. It really just comes down to, can Caden O'Connor contain the raw pace of Sergey Karamselli? He's done a great job of timing these race starts to make sure that he at least has the high ground over his American counterpart. And then for the likes of Tanner Cordon and Marcus Roche Grajales, can you capitalize if the top 2 come together? And then for Masters, it should be a good fight between Tony Gomez and Roman Thieven. And I also want to give a quick shout out to Andre Isaac making up the back of this field.
Now here's another look down to the grid. This will be your first couple of rows. And again, Jackson took us through it. Karamselli O'Connor starting on the pole to Tanner Cordon and Marcus Roche Grajales. Those are your Pro X30 drivers. Then to Tony Gomez, Roman Thieven, and Andre Isaac, your 7 drivers total in this race. Last one of the weekend, and what a weekend it's been coming here to the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. It has been action-packed for sure. And there's one more getting ready to deliver here, Dean.
And remember, double points on offer. So for these drivers, not sure where they currently sit in the championship point standings, but still double points day. Also want to mention that there is a fastest lap bonus as we've thrown on ourselves a brand new set of Presa tires. If any of these drivers can beat a time, never mind. But still, a $250 up for grabs, 2 extra bonus points for the fastest lap. Should be a good fight here in this X30 Pro field.
Yeah, the fastest lap, the cutoff was actually at the superheats there, Dean, so you're not allowed to set in or be in contention here with a sticker set of Presa tires. That being said, though, they all have a sticker set of them on as they get ready to go racing. Opening laps critical, like we mentioned in K Senior, even more so here in Pro X30. The same for the Heritage drivers. But we look on to Leon Ciega for the green flag. The final race of the weekend on this 5-hour trip away from home, away from Winchester, California, at the oh-so-beautiful K1 circuit. We're here at the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. Green flag is in the air, and we go racing in Pro X30 and in Heritage.
Oh my goodness, a very early start there from race control. I think might have caught Caden O'Connor napping. Not sure he's going to be able to do anything from that far back as Marcos Roche Grajales jumps himself up into position number 3 provisionally. A clean start, and to say the least, a surprising start.
Yeah, that was Sergio Caramelli had them at a crawl, I think even more so. And again, Leon just wanted to get this one underway. He decides when this one gets started and was able to throw the green flag. And that was, again, picture perfect for Sergio Caramelli to have them going that slow and then to be able to punch off whenever he was ready. But they, again, yeah, that's one of the slower ones I think that I've seen in my time of calling races. But that being said, look, it worked out perfectly. There's different strategies, so many different ways in which you can start off a main event, and Sergey did just that. A look further back, 2 of the OTKs here in the 623 of Grajales, and then to Tanner Cordon. The 2 of them single file line, 3rd and 4th respectively, in the battle for the back with Ramon Thiven. He's taken the lead away from Tony Gomez halfway through this lap.
Looks to be a good little fight in the back for K100 Heritage, but out in front, does Caden O'Connor have any sort of answer for the outright pace of Sergei Caramelli? Obviously, Caramelli going purple off the bat as we got a battle here between Tony Gomez and Romain Thivien for the lead, I should say, of K100 Senior. Looks like it's going to be a clean move, easy done there for the 2 gentlemen drivers here this afternoon. A little sideways going into X-Plex, but still, for the most part, clean and green for the remainder of the field.
And again, Tony Gomez was on the absolute limit there, all the way to the edge of the racetrack, almost hanging off, looking to drop a tire there. And we'll see if we can take a look back at that. But he was on the absolute limit, keeping it on the racetrack after making the move for the lead with Ramon Thivien. That was a way to get it done for Tony Gomez.
Yeah, good little move there from the American driver on his French-American counterpart, the owner of Speed Vegas. Want to give a huge shout-out to Romain Thivien. Here's the move right to the edge of the racetrack.
Goodness.
You know, like I said out there, you got about a foot of fine powder, and then it's nothing but rocks. So right on the edge of control here for your new leader in K100 Heritage.
And just take a look at that again, right there, just hanging on the edge of the racetrack. Tony Gomez able to keep it on. What a way to hold on to it there. And that shows a good amount of car control there out of the driver in the 505. Tony Gomez in the lead of this one.
And I will say Caden O'Connor is a little quicker that last time by than Sergei Caramelli. Not going to let him just run away with this just yet, as Caden O'Connor does a 13 flat to keep himself within touching distance of the Kart Republic driver.
Yeah, and you look on the racetrack with how much rubber has been laid down here in this one. Just even in turn 3, it looks very, very dark out of the double rights, turn 7 or I should say, sorry, turn 4 into 5. And even more so, just so much rubber has been laid down here this weekend.
A lot of new Presa rubber on hand, and I think the tires have performed very well. You know, it's the driver's tire. It's very, very, very fragile. You can choose when you want to use it, and I think the compound that has been brought to Spring Mountain Raceway, a great display of performance for our partners at Presa, partners of the Champions of the Future Series here. As with the battle for the race lead in K Heritage continues to heat up.
Yeah, and a couple of bobbles there for Tony Gomez. And this track will tend to do that to you. If you make a mistake in one of the corners, you know, it's, you know, we talk about the flow of this racetrack. This is, you know, one of the harder racetracks to kind of find that flow, to find your footing. And by making a mistake in one corner, you know, for the next 3, you're offline pretty much. And you have to kind of find that footing, find a way to go fast around this place. And you saw he was out of shape for about 3 corners consecutively there because of one mistake throughout a corner that was almost, you know, 3 corners prior in the lap.
Yeah, and I want to bring up a quote yesterday that I got from Romain Thévian. You know, really enjoying the way that the Masters carts feel around here. If you are at all enjoying what you're seeing on the racetrack, make sure to come out Spring Mountain. If you are a Las Vegas resident, as there you go, move up the inside at turn number 5 into turn 6. Romain Thévian takes his place as he was in heat number 3, back out in front for the 520, but not for long as the 505 of Tony Gomez will be able to recover, and also Andre Isak not too far back of these two.
Isak there sitting in 3rd, and now Tony Gomez is going to have to get back to the drawing board. It was 2 laps consecutively where he just wasn't really able to find his footing. Romain was, though, on the other hand. And even yesterday, right, he pretty much fired off some shots to the rest of the Masters drivers out there in North America. Telling them to come out here and take part as Sergei Karamaselli look over the shoulder. And it was filled. That, you know, that peripheral view was just filled of the black and red Axis kart sport machine of Caden O'Connor there. That was right behind him, closing in as he got onto the straightaway, and it probably scared Karamaselli a little bit, but O'Connor looks very patient here. You know, we've seen a lot of the qualifying heats. It was very on edge, a lot of moves, a lot of passes, but here, this is a different look to Caden O'Connor. Maybe more so feeling like he's a little bit more comfortable, and what a drive to get it done. A crossover there. Am I sure? No, I'm not. What a move out of Caden O'Connor to take the lead of this race.
I do wonder if there's any kind of gamesmanship happening here with Sergei Karamaselli. Maybe knowing that you have to be very, very nice to this press of rubber in order to make sure that by lap 16, O'Connor will have no choice but to heavily compromise himself. But O'Connor looks very poised. It looks like the Axis boys have found a little bit more. Obviously, they've got a lot of very smart people under that Axis karting tent, and a lot of data, a lot of drivers in K100 Senior and K100 Junior that data would, I think, at least partially be comparable to transfer over to the likes of Mr. Caden O'Connor. So probably benefiting from a bit of that, getting that OTK in a bit happier window than where it seemed almost that Karamaselli was going to be untouchable after qualifying. So good to see, and now the pressure is on Karamaselli to have a response.
Yeah, and you know, the point that I was trying to make earlier, it almost seems like so far in this race, Caden O'Connor, you know, in comparison to the rest of the qualifying heats, the super heats, it almost seemed like he was always maybe lacking a little bit to Sergei Karamaselli. Like Karamaselli always had the upper hand. He was always able to flex a muscle, and he was always the driver that, you know, they were chasing. But 5 laps into this race, Caden O'Connor has kind of established himself in this main event as the faster driver, right? It's been lap and lap again where he's just been that little bit quicker than Karamaselli's Kart Republic for the Maxwell Sim Racing team. And that shows you the difference, how quickly things can change in a weekend when you talk about track evolution, you know, when you talk about trying to improve your chassis, to improve your car. Staying ahead of the curve is one of the biggest things that we always talk about. And Caden O'Connor has done that perfectly. Spoke to Austin Osborne, his mechanic, earlier on this weekend. Osborne, a former K100 senior champion at the SCUSA Pro Tour, couple of, I should say, a lot of years ago, back in before 2020, I believe 2019, throughout there. And again, I spoke to him about his driver here this week, and he said, look, Caden's got the speed. We just have to find ourselves in the main event to be that, you know, 0.2 better than Sergei Karamaselli. That's our key to victory here. Just dialing this thing in. This track's going to change massively. Staying ahead of the curve is what's critical to us, and that's what Austin Osborne gave me. And even talking to his driver and Caden O'Connor as well.
And I think that's the interesting challenge of coming to a place like Spring Mountain, where not every race is going to be at the K1 circuit. A lot of these teams have a relatively limited notebook of what these machines will do, especially on this press of rubber on this particular circuit. I know for the SCUSA Pro Kart Series, they ran the X-Plex version, the North Circuit, on this track, so only half knowledgeable for a lot of these teams. I know some came out early and came and tested, kind of felt that out on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday beforehand. But still, I think a lot of these teams at this point will have a very, very thick notebook heading back over the Sierra Nevadas down into Los Angeles for the future returns to Spring Mountain Motor Complex.
Yeah, well, here's a look over with the 518 of Andre Isak, and he's currently working his way through up and out of turn number 10. He's gonna, or sorry, turn number 13. He's gonna work his way now down and into the S's. This place, not an easy one as we're halfway through this race, and it seems like Roman Thibiana has been able to pull away from Tony Gomez here. The gap has opened up to just about over a second. And this is really where you're going to start to feel the physicality of this place, right? It's not easy to navigate the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. Turn 1 specifically. You know, speaking earlier on in the week to Kyle Hayner, owner-operator of the Hayner Racing team, he said, I've never felt anything, in all the tracks that I've driven and all the years that I've driven, I've never felt like my ribs were compressing in on themselves. And I felt that here in turn number 1 on these Pressa tires, right? It feels a lot different with the amount of racing and as the asphalt's been, able to set in. So this track is physical, man. And it's important to be fit enough to go around here. And that's one of the biggest things of that also translates directly with consistency. If you feel good in the kart, if you're, going lap after lap, chasing, that mouse, if you want to call it, you're going to find yourself finding that last little tenth to be able to propel yourself out of these corners. Go ahead.
Nico Rosberg gave a great interview a couple years ago where he was talking about training his neck. And he's like, yeah, I could probably, relax on my neck training a little bit, but I don't want to think about having to preload my muscles going into corners, at pulling 7G or at 200 mile an hour that they do in Formula One. So physical fitness, we're not just sitting in go-karts, putt-putting around at some kid's birthday. These are real deal racing machines. I mean, some of these corners, these drivers will be experiencing upwards of 2 or 3 G-forces, and who knows what the peak forces are on the neck, on the shoulders, on the core. So surprising to see that, and surprising to see Caden O'Connor growing that gap to Sergei Karamaselli. I was going to throw it back to those of you that watched Indy 500 qualifying. Felix Rosenquist was fastest throughout the day. That Meyer-Shank car was flawless, and then it got to be time for the Fast 6, and Felix said that they sat on their hands and did not adjust on that car because they were too afraid to jump. I think, unfortunately, Karamaselli has been the one that has set the pace for most of this weekend. I hope for the Kart Republic drivers' sake that they were not too afraid to jump on some adjustments because O'Connor is continuing to grow that gap out. That gap was 7/10, now nearly 9.
And that's one of the most dangerous parts as well about racing, right? Whenever you talk about any discipline, any form of it, the last time they were out there on the racetrack was, I would say, almost 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, the last time they hit the racetrack. This place looks a lot different than what it did 2 hours ago for their superheat, Dean. So that's one of the biggest things that's really make or break, especially in karting more so. It's more obvious whenever, maybe there aren't changes made or the track has changed a lot and you didn't predict them, because it's very easy to get comfortable when you're the driver in the lead, when you're the driver that everybody's been chasing. And while everybody else, they see what you're doing out there, they see where you're better, and then they know how to improve themselves. That's maybe the I don't want to say the downfall, but the negative side to being in front with nobody else to kind of chase, with no mouse to chase, if you will. So that being said, that could be something that's maybe gotten the better of the 604 and Karamaselli at this stage of the race, where O'Connor, he's been dialing and working at it, going to work, but it's also easy to tune yourself out of the kart. How many times have, myself or yourself put out a race and, you're looking for more and you end up going the wrong direction and you're like, man, now I got to go back to whatever. You're throwing the kitchen sink at it. You find yourself lost. All that stuff is possible, but that's why we love karting. It's one of the purest forms of motorsport out there. And that's why all the NASCAR guys, they always talk about how great it is to even come back. Jamie McMurray, does neck training in here. He got ready for a modified race with his son Carter McMurray, who have both been on our platform throughout a couple of years. But it shows you it's not easy. For those of you watching on from home, for those of you watching on from any K1 speed around North America, look, maybe it looks easy at those indoor centers. This isn't easy. This is a whole different beast.
No, it is not. The forces that you will experience in a go-kart of this caliber, especially these X30s, really are otherworldly. Like you would not believe, especially going from even like an indoor kart to an owner kart, the amount of forces that go on your body. And I want to point this out. I was speaking with Jackson Lambros, our very own Jackson Lambros down on the pits, during the lunch break. Maddox Carlucci dominated all weekend in Mini. Didn't come home with the win. Troy Ferguson dominated all weekend in K100 Junior. Didn't come away with the win, came up short. Yeah, I mean, I would say Keegan Kaminsky was the favorite for K100 Senior. He comes up short, and now Sergei Karamaselli, who has dominated this weekend, or at least seemed to be the fastest driver, seemingly, although the gap is coming back down, there's still more to be said, might be coming up short. I think the limited notebook of these teams at this racetrack is causing some of the drivers to sit on their hands and maybe fall a little bit behind on the adjustments.
Saturday's always, one of the biggest tell signs of how things are set to go, but Sunday's the day that matters. This is the day where you get those little bit of extra points. But for those of you just joining us, let's take a look back to how we got to how we stand with a shopakr.com replay. This start was a lot slower than all of them had been throughout the weekend, and you saw head flagman Leon Ciego was forced to throw it early with how slow they were going through, and Karamaselli was able to get himself clear and able to punch off. But on the downside, that gap closed down quickly. He got a dream start to this main event.
I was going to say, I think Karamaselli I mean, you got to play the game, right? Like, if you feel confident that if you hold on to the lead, you will be as good as gone, you got to play the game. You got to make sure that you stack the deck, not to make another Las Vegas reference, but you got to make sure that you stack the deck in your favor. And unfortunately, it worked out there. But I don't think Sergei Karamaselli was planning on this raw pace from Caden O'Connor, and this consistent pace, too, for the beginning portions of that race. Sergei was really taking it easy as you look back at our K100 Heritage drivers. Your leader currently in Romain Thivian, seemingly on way to a comfortable victory over his rivals in Tony Gomez and Andre Isak, making it to the end of this race. But yeah, I don't think Karamaselli was banking on Caden O'Connor having this long run pace, and it seems as though that gap isn't shrinking anytime soon.
Yeah, it's still at 0.7 of a second with 4 laps to go. Romain Thivian crosses now, and he's going to come across still in the lead of the Heritage race. Tony Gomez in second, Andre Isak there in third, and 2.5 seconds is the gap in between your first and second place drivers on the racetrack here in Heritage. 0.7 is the difference in between the Pro X30 drivers and Sergei Karamaselli and Caden O'Connor.
Yeah, just making our way to the end of this, although, as you'll notice on the timing sheet, Karamaselli showing some life here, 0.2 quicker last time than Caden O'Connor. These two have pretty much been matching one another through the entire race, more or less. I don't think they've been separated on the lap time sheet by more than 0.2. That gap is now down from 0.7 to half a second, so maybe just a little bit of life left here from Sergei Karamaselli. But then it comes to be a question, as Karamaselli is there, maybe, just maybe, Caden O'Connor used up those tires a little bit too soon, and just when you thought we were going to have a smooth ending of the day, we're going to have an all-out brawl for the win.
Sergei Karamaselli looking to prove all of us wrong here, but Caden O'Connor not going to make it easy for him like he has all weekend long. This time by, when they cross the stripe, 2 laps ago, Caden O'Connor looking for his first on the year. Sergei Karamaselli looking to go back-to-back here at Champions of the Future. O'Connor is going to get the 2 sticks this time by.
Mind you, that last lap was a 14.0 from Sergei Karamaselli. The pole time for this category was only a second slower as we get the 2 sticks here to the end of this race. So these drivers, even as hot and as greasy as you think it might be, still plenty of grip in this racetrack, and now it just comes down to where can you find it.
Karamaselli is going to follow him, opening up to the high side. Dust getting kicked up in the air O'Connor looking to hold off Sergei Karamaselli. This one getting set to draw to a close with a little over half a lap to go here, Dean.
Turn 5 has been a big passing opportunity, not close enough from Karamaselli, but O'Connor felt it, slipped it a little bit going through turn 5. Next best opportunity is going to be turn number 9. We've seen from the likes of Kendall West in the mini group being able to over-under, but I just don't know if Karamaselli is going to be close enough to pull this off. O'Connor's got the high ground coming halfway home.
One of the biggest passing opportunities there, turn number 9. Karamaselli wasn't close enough. He got a good exit, though, as O'Connor's going to block low. Karamaselli looking to set up a crossover. He's not going to find a lane. O'Connor to the low side again into turn 13. They're going to rocket up to turn 14. O'Connor to the bottom in the S's. It is very difficult to pass as Karamaselli's into the back of Caden O'Connor. Side by side of the S's. O'Connor is clear. Turn 15 into 16. O'Connor leads. Karamaselli's into the side of him. They're banging tires. Out of turn 19, O'Connor and Karamaselli are delivering one of the best finishes in Champions history across the line. Who was it? It was Caden O'Connor.
Wow.
Caden O'Connor wins in Pahrump, Nevada.
What a finish between these two drivers. Karamaselli, I think he needed to be just a little closer into 9, threw the big haymaker into 14, tried to get it through on the S's. At 16 and 17, just wound up on the wrong side of the racetrack. O'Connor maintained poise, and it will be Caden O'Connor as your winner here. The upset, none of the favorites coming away with the victories, and in K100 Master, it is going to be Roman Thivien, I believe, holding off his rivals, Tony Gomez and Andre Isek, coming home with the victory. For the gentleman drivers here this afternoon, a wonderful drive from the owner of Speed Vegas, nothing but glowing remarks about the series yesterday in his exit interview, and I'm sure we'll be having a very excited Frenchman down on the podium through the final corner, nice and clean. Well done, Mr. Thevien. You have won at the Champions of the Future event for K100 Heritage.
Let's take a look back at that last lap here, Dean. What a way to close this one off. Bumper to bumper, Karamaselli just gets into the back of O'Connor, washes him up the racetrack, and this is where the battle. Look at O'Connor's hands through these corners. He is very busy and just right here, able to keep his nose down low. And this drag race, it was so close. It was hard to call. Across the line, O'Connor knew he had it from the go, and he got it done.
16 thousandths of a second, ladies and gentlemen. I would assume the closest finish in Champions of the Future history. We'll send it down to Jackson Lambros to hear from our top two.
And the streak is finally starting for Axis. Kart Sport has been fighting so hard for this all weekend long. And Caden O'Connor, crucially, his first win in Pro X30. But you can see from the sweat on all of these guys, in the heat of the day, it has been physical, to say the least. Your first Champions of the Future America win. Where do you start to put that one into?
I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's always a good feeling. I mean, that's definitely the start of it. But first of all, thank you to my team. I mean, they're the guys that put this together and keep digging to get me what I need and to go get it done. I mean, glory to God. Thank you to my parents, my sponsors, my coach, Chris G, and my mechanic. Just amazing.
You're Champions of the Future winner. Congrats, Caden.
Thank you.
Keep it going here to Sergei Karamaselli, who has been battle tested here. Well, guys, okay, I promise. But, man, what a battle there for the very end. Talk to me about that duel towards the very end. Did it feel like you were saving a little bit to give yourself something towards the end?
Definitely not. I was pushing the entire race. It was something that we have messed up with the setup. I mean, Car Republic is a chassis that is either the fastest or the slowest. And in the final, unfortunately, it was the slowest. So definitely we have to work a lot more with this chassis to get better results. But about the race, definitely in the beginning, it was a very good start for me. But yeah, in the start we were lacking with the tire pressures. and maybe a little bit of driving on my part, but yeah, the final lap was my only chance to get the win, but I lost it. So we'll see you in round 6.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks so much, Sergey. And we'll keep it going here to Marcus Rodriguez, one of the privateer teams, and a really strong drive for you as well. But crucially here, just not able to get to the front there and bring it to these guys out here. What felt like was missing for you this weekend?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm happy because I was very far away from them during the whole weekend. It was very tough for us. My mechanic called me last week and he told me, hey, Marcus, let's go to Vegas. I say, let's go. Let's risk it for the biscuit. So, yeah, I had a lot of fun. The only thing I can tell you is I have a lot of work to do. My first race in the USA, great organization, few drivers, but I think that this is going to get better. Next race, I'll be thinking to start racing KA, so it's a little bit more competitive, but I still have a lot of work to do. These guys were very, very fast and very strong, and yeah, looking forward for the next round.
Still a podium on debut. Thanks so much, Marcus. We'll move on to, as Romain called it earlier, the champions of the past, but on debut here, a victory in Champions of the Future. Talk to me about that final.
It was good. I had a good start, and after Tony passed me, it was good at the beginning. I think he had an issue with his carburetor after like 2 or 3 laps, so I passed him, and after I was able to break the draft. So it was intense, 16 lap. Very hot outside, but the track is amazing. We race with good people. My son is racing as well in junior. It's his first year of racing, so it's good to have fun together in family and in a professional environment because the team here from Champions of the Future was amazing. Yeah, so what else? What do we need? More. It's amazing. Good go-kart. Thanks to Zach, from Woods World Racing. He did an amazing go-kart. We had a little bit... it was difficult to find the right setup yesterday, but you know that the final we count only, so this is what we did, and we're happy with it.
Champions of the Future victory. Congrats, Roman. We'll keep it going here. Tony Gomez, P2 on the day. Very busy month of May for you, my friend, but another podium for me. Talk to me about this race.
Tough track conditions. Never been here before, so we're prepared for the next round when it does come back here. So it's just really tough here to learn a new track, and this is under this weather here. And yeah, it was a great event. Yeah, you guys.
Mentioned it great earlier there, as again, you guys are the last ones out, brand new track for you, but also in the heat of the day here. How physical was it behind the wheel of the 505?
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. The track conditions made it even tougher, and the weather. So yeah, but we made it through, and yeah, hopefully we'll do better next round.
Gotcha. Thanks, Tony. Last but certainly not least, the lone techno kart in this field, running out of the Team Karting tent this weekend. Andre Isaac looked really strong to get the weekend started, but just not able to bring it to these two out in front. What felt like was missing there on the final?
Well, we're trying to still dial in the kart. You know, I mean, the kart is phenomenal, but the seat is pushing me a little bit back. We're definitely going to do a little bit more testing, and hopefully we're going to be out there with them and be in the fight.
Again, a brand new facility for a lot of these guys. You're a Vegas native, though. You've been around here. What makes this place stand out for a guy like you who have, in this short career for karting, has still made your rounds, right? What makes Spring Mountain stand out to you?
Oh, I love this track. I did a lot, actually. I started my career like 2.5 years ago, but I did a lot of track to the East Coast, to the West Coast, but this is a really, really nice track. I love it. You know, it's a little bit challenging because since I'm new to karting, you know, but it's phenomenal. It's close to home, you know, so definitely I'm going to try to come and get more laps here so I can get better.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, Isaac.
Thank you so much.
Caleb.
Thank you very much there, Jackson. And let's take a look back at this wonderful weekend that we've had. So many great moments, so many great stories as well to close off round number 5, the first time that we return, or that we on our platform come here to the Spring Mountain Karting Complex. Dean, your closing thoughts on the weekend.
Great success, great environment, great people, great event. A lot of great stuff happening here for the Champions of the Future. I'm blown away. This is my first time coming to this event. I will be coming to as many of these as possible. Organizers are absolutely lovely. Everything ran perfectly on schedule. I could not be happier, and I could not be more pleased to be a Nevadan and have the Spring Mountain Karting Complex made available to you guys.
A lot of great moments, a lot of race-deciding moves just like that with Sebastian Hauser and what could have been for a couple of others. Aaron Spears was the fastest on the racetrack, fastest lap of the race for him, but Sebastian Hauser came away with it. And even more great stories here. Matthew Cagle, Keegan Kaminsky. Cagle ultimately came away with a win. But that is it for myself, Caleb Vieska, from Dean Helt. Jackson Lambros will be boots on the ground for the podium ceremonies. From all of us here at Kart Chaser and from everybody at the Champions of the Future America Series, we thank you for joining us, and we hope you have a good night.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for coming here to the Spring Mountain Kartplex for round number 5. Thank you to you guys. Y'all have come out for our field trip, if you will, to the Silver State. A really, really good turnout. You guys are what make Champions of the Future possible. That it is. Alrighty, let's get right into it here with your Mini U10 podium. In third place, driving that Pickle Rick Croc Promotions machine, Sebastian Machajestic. P2, driving the GFC Formula Works, Dan Duvalescu.
Good job, buddy.
P1, driving that Nash Motorsports machine, Lucas Freitas Mello. Breakaway win there for Lucas Freitas Mello, and we'll get double the championship points. Big smile, guys, for Andrew, for all of our K1 socials. Thank you, guys. Our man Dave Roy's gonna help out here and grab the trophies from you. We'll give you a hand as well. All right, time for bubbles. You guys know what's going on. Always got to get the swag shades on first. Now we're talking, Luke. All right, count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Grip it and rip it. I need you to be careful, Sebastian. Sebastian going up to feet there. Oh, I don't know about down the suit. Down the suit! Giving each other showers over here. Keep it going for your Mini U10 podium, everybody! Thank you, guys. You guys are good. If I can have everyone clear the stage really quickly, except Dan here in P2, because you, my friend, are walking home with a little bit of extra cash. You are our fastest lap winner in Mini U10. So you're walking away with the cash prize. Everybody keep it going for Dan Duvalescu. Make sure to find a Champions of the Future official. But with that, one more time for your Mini U10 podium here, guys. You're good to clear the stage.
Explain that to them. Yeah, you good.
This way, guys.
Yeah, that way.
Still full.
Moving on to your mini podium here in third place, driving the 213 factory kart for competition speed, Asher Buzatsky. P2 driving that energy Corsa machine for Nash Motorsports, Ben Tavi. And your round 5 winner for mini driving the GFC for Formula Works, Lachlan Postel. Big smiles, guys, lifting those trophies nice and high. Love it. Perfect. Thank you, guys. All right, you guys ready? 1, 2, 3, party time! When you got a lot of new guys on the podium, they got to learn how to do the bubble party. Oh man, I think we got some in the eyes. Lachlan gonna take a big swig. Keep it going for your mini U10, or excuse me, just your mini podium. And last but certainly not least, if we can have one, Maddox Carlucci come up on podium very quickly. He's your fastest man all weekend long. He's walking home with a cash prize. Maddox Carlucci with a 1:21.373. Grabs a Prisa hat and a cash prize on the way home back to Washington. Keep it going, everybody, for Maddox Carlucci. Jump off, Maddox. Thank you. Moving on to KA100 Junior. And it'll be another Nash to get us started here in third place, the 305, Aaron Spears. For KA Junior, yeah? Oh, my bad.
That's the third fastest lap.
It was the third fastest lap. I pump faked you. I'm so sorry. In third place, driving the 310 positions 1 motorsports machine, Luis Martinez. In second, driving the 341 competition speed factory kart, Diesel Bizonsky. And your race winner driving that team, Karting Medic number 329, Troy Ferguson. Big fan of the double stack here that Troy's got going on. All right, guys, grab those trophies. Big smiles for me. Left those trophies nice and high. Thank you, guys. And you know what time it is on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there, Elgin Troy. We got. I think we need goggles for the podium because we're getting way too many stinging eyes here. There it is, folks. One more time for your KA100 Junior podium. And keep it going for Aaron Spears. Cash prize coming his way. Fastest lap of the day. Thank you, Aaron. Moving on to your KA100 Senior podium. In third place, driving the 478 Red Speed for Axis Kart Sport, Ian Kim. P2 in the Formula Works GFC number 412, Johnny Stamps.
Third place junior, or first place junior, yeah, Troy.
Your round 5 winner in the 466 Axis Kart Sport Red Speed Archer, Eversman. After a podium earlier on this season, it's the maiden champs victory for Archer Eversman, and the first victory for Axis Kart Sport. First of 2 today. Big smiles, guys. Lift those trophies nice and high for me. Thank you, guys. Keep it going for Dave Royce, everybody. Hardest working guy at K1 Circuit, champions of the future. I'll always clap for you, dude. All right, you guys know what time it is. Thumb over the top. 1, 2, 3. Let's party in senior. I got a flight home in like 5 hours. I'm getting out of the splash zone.
Hell yeah. Damn it.
Thank you so much, guys. Keep it going for your KA senior podium. And your cash prize winner put down a 114, 170 in the quali as the fastest lap in KA 100 senior for Axis Kart Sport, Mateo Calderon. Really, really strong weekend for Matty, coming off a victory in Sonoma last weekend, carrying that momentum out here to Pahrump.
Let's go, Teo.
Perfect, thanks so much, Matty. Home stretch here, guys. We'll keep it going with KA 100 Heritage. In third place, driving the 518 Techno Kart for Techno Kart USA, Isaac Andre. B2, driving the GFC for Lakeside Karting, Tony Gomez. Already out of here, come on, man. Your KA 100 Heritage winner on debut in the 520 for Woodsford Racing, Roman Viven. Couple of Nevada natives filling out this podium. You guys can grab those trophies and give me some big smiles here for the K1 staff. Thank you, boys. We'll grab the trophies, and as I'm sure you can see, we've got some festivities for you out here. We'll let Dave get a handle on the silverware here, on the hardware, I should say. All right, count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Oh, man, everybody's in the splash zone. Thank you, guys. Well, the worst part about Tony being not here is he also did set that fastest lap. That's a 116.975 during quali. So some cash going his way as well. We look last but certainly not least to your X30 Pro podium. In third place, driving the OTK for 2B Racing number 623, Marcus Roche Corrales. P2 driving the 604 Kart Republic for Maxwell Sim Racing Team, Sergey Carancelli. Sergey getting a cash prize on top of that fastest lap during FP4, a 112.520. He will also do the double stack with the helmets. Your race winner, though, getting his first one of the season, driving the 619 Red Speed for Axis Kart Sport, Caden O'Connor! Great duel out in front all weekend long, but ultimately, It is indeed Caden O'Connor getting his first victory of the season. Lift those trophies nice and high for me, guys. Big smiles for the cameras. Awesome, guys. Thank you. All right, last celebration here. We got to make it big. Thumb over the top on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. They are mobbing Caden. I think Sergey's getting the worst of it now. No, it's pretty 50-50 here. Ladies and gentlemen, your round 5 podium for X30 Pro. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. And huge thank you to everybody for tuning in here on Kart Chaser and at K1 Speed. Back in just a month's time in California at K1 Circuit for round number 5 of Champions of the Future America Series.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.